I don't expect you to believe me. When you're sitting in a well-lit room with the hum of the refrigerator in the background and the blue light of your phone in your hand, stories like mine sound like something out of a cheap paperback. I used to be just like you. I was a person who looked for the leak in the roof when I heard a thud, or blamed the wind when a door creaked shut. I valued logic above all else. But that was before I took the job at Blackwood Manor, and before I realized that some spaces in this world don't follow the rules of geometry or time. My name is Elias, and at the time I was 24, working as a freelance architectural surveyor. It's a dry, technical job. I'd go into old estates that were being prepared for sale or renovation and map out every square inch. I'd measure the thickness of the stone, the rot in the joists, and the exact placement of the load-bearing walls. I was there to see the truth of a building, stripped of its history and its ghost stories. Blackwood Manor was located about 3 hours north of the city, tucked into a valley that the sun seemed to quit on by 4 in the afternoon. It was a massive, sprawling Victorian skeleton, overgrown with ivy that looked like it was trying to strangle the brickwork. The client was a development firm that wanted to turn it into boutique apartments. They gave me the keys, a flashlight, and a week to finish the blueprints. I arrived on a Tuesday in late October. The air was that specific kind of cold that feels like it's trying to peel the skin off your knuckles. The first few days were routine. I'd wake up in my small motel 10 miles away, drive to the house at 8 a.m., and spend the day in a world of dust and silence. I'd eat my sandwich in the grand foyer, listening to the house settle. Houses like that make noise. The wood expands and contracts. The wind whistles through the chimneys. It's rhythmic. It's predictable. By the third day, I felt like I knew the house's heartbeat. But there was one thing that bothered me, a discrepancy in the second floor measurements. According to the exterior dimensions, there was a gap of about 8 feet near the end of the east wing. I assumed it was a dead space, a common feature in old houses where they bricked up a chimney or created a service closet that fell out of use. I spent all of Thursday trying to find the entrance to that space, tapping on the wood paneling, looking for hidden latches. Nothing. It was just a solid wall of dark oak. I decided to stay late on Friday to finish the floor plan. I wanted to be done with the place. There's a certain heaviness to Blackwood that starts to wear on you after a while. It's not that it's scary, it's just exhausting. Like the house is watching you work and disapproving of every measurement you take. The sun went down at 5:50. By 6:00, the house was pitch black. I was working by the light of a high-powered construction lamp. My shadow stretched out like a long, distorted ghost against the hallway floor. I was packing up my laser measurer when I walked past that specific section of the east wing, the dead space. I stopped. My breath hitched in my throat not because of a sound, but because of a smell. It was the scent of old roses, cloying, sweet, and rotting. It was so thick I could almost taste it on the back of my tongue. And then I saw it. Where there had been a solid, seamless wall of oak paneling for the last 4 days, there was now a door. It wasn't a hidden door. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was a heavy, arched wooden door with a tarnished brass handle. It looked like it had been there for 100 years, yet I knew for a fact, with the professional certainty of a man who had measured that exact wall 10 times, that it hadn't existed 4 hours ago. I stood there for a long time, my heart thudding against my ribs like a trapped bird. My brain was screaming at me to leave, but my logic, that stubborn, arrogant logic, tried to take over. You missed it, Elias, I told myself. The shadows were different during the day. You were tired, you just missed it. But I knew I hadn't. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and touched the brass handle. It was ice cold. Not the cold of a drafty house, but the cold of a deep freezer. I turned it. It didn't creak. It slid open with a sickeningly smooth silence, revealing a room that shouldn't have been there. It was a small study, lit by a faint, sourceless gray light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. There were no windows. A single velvet armchair sat in the center of the room, facing away from the door. A desk stood in the corner, covered in loose papers that looked yellowed and brittle. I stepped inside. The moment both of my feet crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. The air was stagnant, heavy with the weight of decades of stillness. I pulled out my flashlight and shone it around. The beam seemed swallowed by the darkness in the corners, the light struggling to penetrate the gloom. "Hello," I whispered. My voice sounded flat, as if the room were lined with lead. There was no answer. I walked toward the desk, my footsteps muffled by a thick, dusty rug. I wanted to see the papers. I wanted some proof that this was real, that I wasn't having some kind of localized mental breakdown. As I leaned over the desk, I saw the handwriting. It was frantic, the ink bleeding into the parchment in jagged, desperate strokes. It was just one phrase, written over and over again. "It's right behind you." My skin went electric. A primal, instinctive jolt of pure terror shot up my spine. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I froze, my eyes locked on those words. And then, in the absolute, crushing silence of that room, I heard it. A breath. It was slow, wet, and heavy. It came from exactly 6 inches behind my right ear. It sounded like someone trying to breathe through a throat filled with fluid. H-H-H-H-H, H-H-H-H-H, H-H-H-H-H asterisk. I didn't think, I didn't rationalize, I bolted. I lunged for the door, my boots skidding on the rug. I didn't look back. I burst out into the hallway, slamming the door behind me with a crash that echoed through the entire mansion. I leaned against the opposite wall, gasping for air, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the ceiling as my hands shook. I waited. I expected the door to fly open. I expected something to come crawling out, but nothing happened. The house returned to its rhythmic creaks and groans. The smell of rotting roses vanished, replaced by the familiar scent of dust and old wood. I stood there for 20 minutes, paralyzed. Finally, I forced myself to look at the wall again. The door was gone. The oak paneling was seamless. I ran my hands over it, searching for a crack, a hinge, anything. There was nothing but solid wood. I looked down at the floor. There were no scuff marks on the floorboards where I had run. There was no dust disturbed. I didn't finish the blueprints. I grabbed my gear and ran for the front door, fumbling with the locks in the dark. I drove back to the motel at 80 miles an hour, checking my rearview mirror every 10 seconds, terrified that I'd see a gray, windowless room reflected in the back seat. The next morning, I tried to tell myself it was a hallucination, carbon monoxide maybe, or extreme sleep deprivation. I went back to the house at 10 a.m. The sun was out, and the manor looked like nothing more than a sad, decaying building. I went straight to the second floor. I spent 3 hours examining that wall. I used a thermal camera. I used an ultrasonic thickness gauge. The wall was solid stone and wood. There was no void. There was no room. The measurements that had been off yesterday were now perfectly aligned. It was as if the house had corrected itself. I almost believed I'd imagined it. I really did. I sat down on my equipment trunk, wiping sweat from my forehead, laughing a little at my own cowardice. I reached into my pocket for my phone to call my boss and tell him the job was almost done. My hand brushed against something thin and brittle in my pocket. I pulled it out. It was a scrap of yellowed parchment torn at the edges. I felt the blood drain from my face as I unfolded it. In jagged, frantic ink, the same ink I'd seen in that room, were the words. "Why did you leave? It was just getting comfortable." I didn't go back into the house. I left my expensive surveying equipment right there on the floor. I drove to the developer's office, dropped the keys on the receptionist's desk, and told them I was off the job. I didn't give a reason. I didn't ask for my final check. That was 6 months ago. I moved to a modern apartment in the city, all glass, all steel, no dead spaces. But I don't sleep well anymore, because every night around 3:00 a.m. I wake up to the smell of rotting roses. And sometimes when the room is very dark and very quiet, I can hear a faint, wet sound coming from the corner of my bedroom. Asterisk. Don't go into old houses alone. And if you find a room that wasn't there yesterday, don't open the door, because some rooms don't just appear, they wait. And once they've seen you, they never really let you leave. I stayed in that modern apartment for exactly 3 weeks before the first physical manifestation occurred. I had convinced myself that the scrap of paper in my pocket was a prank, or perhaps some fugue state manifestation of my own crumbling psyche. I told myself that the smell of roses was psychosomatic, a phantom limb of the olfactory system. But logic is a flimsy shield against something that doesn't play by the rules of physics. It happened on a Tuesday. I was standing in my kitchen, the one with the recessed-led lighting and the polished granite countertops, pouring a glass of water. The clock on the microwave read 3:14 a.m. The air in the apartment was climate-controlled, filtered, and utterly devoid of character. Then the vent above the stove began to rattle. It wasn't the rattle of a loose screw. It was a rhythmic, wet thumping. Thump, squish, thump. And then the smell hit. It wasn't just the scent of rotting roses anymore. It was mixed with the copper tang of old blood and the ozone smell of a coming storm. I froze, the glass overflowing in my hand, cold water spilling over my knuckles. I didn't want to look up. I knew that if I looked up, the ceiling wouldn't be the smooth, white drywall I'd paid $3,000 a month for. I forced my gaze upward. The vent was bleeding. A dark, viscous fluid was seeping through the slats, dripping onto the stove. But it wasn't the blood that stopped my heart. It was the fact that the vent itself was changing. The modern plastic casing was warping, darkening, turning into tarnished brass. The drywall around it was peeling back like burnt skin, revealing not the ductwork of a high-rise, but heavy, dark oak paneling. The room was trying to find me. I didn't pack. I grabbed my car keys and my wallet and I ran out the door in my sweatpants and a t-shirt. I didn't take the elevator. I took the stairs, my bare feet slapping against the concrete. I drove until the sun came up, ending up in a diner 2 towns over, shivering over a cup of black coffee. I realized then that I couldn't just run. If I stayed in one place, the room caught up. It was like a predatory geometry, a spatial anomaly that had imprinted on my consciousness the moment I stepped over that threshold at Blackwood Manor. I was a tether, and the room was slowly reeling itself in across the distance. I spent the next month living out of my car in cheap motels, never staying in the same room for more than 2 nights. I became a ghost in my own life. I stopped answering calls from the development firm. I stopped checking my bank account. My world narrowed down to the odometer and the rearview mirror. But you can't outrun a room. You can't outrun a space that exists outside of time. In a Motel 6 outside of Syracuse, I woke up to find that the bathroom door, a flimsy, hollow-core piece of junk, had been replaced by a heavy, arched wooden door with a tarnished brass handle. I didn't open it. I jumped out the first-floor window and kept driving. By December, I was exhausted. The lack of sleep was eroding my grip on reality. I was seeing the arched door in the shadows of alleyways, in the reflections of store windows, in the back of my own mind when I closed my eyes. I knew I needed help, but not the kind of help a doctor could provide. I needed someone who understood the architecture of the impossible. I started digging into the history of Blackwood Manor, not the sanitized version the developers had given me, but the deep history. I spent hours in small-town libraries, poring over microfiche and crumbling ledgers. The house had been built in 1884 by a man named Alistair Blackwood. He was an occultist, a man obsessed with the idea of the fourth dimension. His journals, or what fragments remained of them, spoke of a theory that certain shapes and certain materials could act as a trap for time. He believed that if you built a room with the right proportions, out of wood harvested from the Weeping Grove and stones soaked in the salt of the earth, you could create a space that never ended, a room that existed everywhere and nowhere. He called it the Asterisk Camera Eternis Asterisk, the Eternal Room. According to local legend, Alastair didn't die. He simply went into his study one night and never came out. His staff reported hearing a wet, struggling sound behind the door for 3 days, but when they finally broke it down, the room was empty. Not just empty of people, empty of everything. The walls were bare stone, the windows were bricked up from the inside, and there was no furniture. The room they found didn't match the dimensions of the house. I found a photograph of Alastair in a 1902 issue of a local historical society journal. He was a gaunt man with deep-set eyes and a mouth that looked like a healed scar. Standing next to him was his apprentice, a young man named Julian. Julian looked terrified. The caption read, "Alastair Blackwood, an assistant, shortly before the disappearance." But it was the background of the photo that made me drop the book. Behind them, partially obscured by shadow, was the velvet armchair, the same chair I had seen in that room. And sitting in the chair, though the image was blurred and distorted, was the shape of a person. Not Alastair, not Julian, something else. Something that looked like it was made of shadows and wet fabric. I realized then that the room wasn't just a space. It was a stomach. It was a digestive system for the soul, and I had been tasted. I decided I had to go back. It was the only way to stop it. If the room was a tether, I had to cut the cord at the source. I drove back to Blackwood Manor on a Tuesday, exactly 9 weeks after I had first fled. The house looked worse. The ivy had grown with unnatural speed, thick as a man's thigh, choking the windows. The air around the estate felt heavy, like walking through water. I carried a backpack with a gallon of gasoline, a crowbar, and a heavy-duty flashlight. I didn't use the front door. I climbed through a broken window in the kitchen. The interior of the house was silent, but it wasn't the silence of an empty building. It was the silence of a predator holding its breath. I made my way to the second floor, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I reached the east wing. The oak paneling was there, just as it had been the first time. It looked solid. It looked normal. I checked my watch, 5:10 p.m. The sun began to dip below the horizon. The shadows in the hallway stretched out, reaching for me. I stood in front of the wall, the gallon of gasoline heavy in my hand. "I know you're there," I whispered. The smell of roses began to bleed through the wood. It was so strong now it made my eyes water. The temperature dropped. I watched, paralyzed with a mixture of horror and a sick kind of vindication, as the seams of the door began to manifest. The wood rippled like water, the grain shifting and reforming into the arched shape. The brass handle shimmered into existence, tarnished and cold. I didn't wait for it to open. I swung the crowbar with everything I had. The metal struck the wood with a dull, fleshy thud asterisk. It didn't splinter. It didn't crack. It felt like I was hitting a mattress. I swung again, and this time the crowbar sank into the wood and a thick, black fluid oozed out of the wound. The house screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of 1,000 rusted hinges turning at once, a tectonic grinding of stone on stone. The floorboards buckled beneath my feet. I lost my balance, dropping the gasoline. The door swung open. The gray light spilled out, more intense than before. The room was the same, but different. The desk was gone. The papers were gone. There was only the armchair, and it had been moved. It was now facing the door. Sitting in the chair was a figure. It was draped in a heavy velvet shroud that matched the upholstery of the chair. I couldn't see a face, only the suggestion of a head and shoulders. The shroud was damp, clinging to the form beneath. Asterisk. The sound was deafening now. It wasn't just coming from the figure. It was coming from the walls, the floor, the very air. "What do you want?" I yelled, my voice cracking. The figure shifted. A hand emerged from beneath the velvet. It was long, the fingers having too many joints, the skin the color of a drowned man. It reached out, gesturing for me to come closer. I unscrewed the cap of the gasoline jug and began to pour it. I soaked the rug, the door frame, the floorboards. The figure didn't move. It just watched. I could feel its gaze, even though I couldn't see eyes. It was a heavy, suffocating pressure on my chest. "I'm burning this place down," I said, my voice trembling. "I'm ending this." I pulled a lighter from my pocket. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped it twice. The third time, the flame flickered to life. I looked at the figure one last time. It didn't seem afraid. It seemed expectant. I tossed the lighter onto the gasoline-soaked rug. The fire didn't roar. It didn't spread like a normal fire. It turned blue. The flames licked at the wood, but instead of consuming it, they seemed to be absorbed by it. The oak paneling glowed with an eerie inner light. The smell of roses turned to the scent of burning sugar. The figure in the chair stood up. It was taller than a man, its proportions all wrong. The velvet shroud fell away, revealing a body that was a nightmare of geometry, angles that shouldn't exist, limbs that folded in directions that made my brain ache. It didn't have a face, just a vertical slit that pulsed with that same sourceless gray light. It stepped out of the room. I backed away, tripping over my own feet, falling hard against the opposite wall. The creature, the inhabitant of the room, didn't attack. It simply stood in the hallway, the blue flames dancing around its feet. Then it spoke. It didn't use words. It was a vibration that bypassed my ears and went straight into my skull. "The room is not the trap, Elias. You are the room." The creature reached out and touched my forehead with one of its many jointed fingers. The world inverted. I wasn't in the hallway anymore. I was in the study, but I wasn't standing. I was the chair. I was the desk. I was the yellowed papers on the floor. I could feel the grain of the wood in my skin, the cold of the stone in my bones. I could see through the walls, seeing the house as a series of interconnected veins and arteries. I saw Elias, the physical body of Elias, standing in the hallway, but it wasn't me anymore. The creature had stepped into my skin. It was wearing my face, my clothes, my memories. It looked down at its hands, flexing the fingers with a slow, experimental grace. It picked up the empty gasoline jug and my backpack. It walked toward the stairs, its gait perfectly human. I tried to scream, but I had no mouth. I tried to move, but I was bolted to the floor. The Elias creature paused at the top of the stairs and looked back at the door. It smiled. It was a perfect, charming smile, the one I used when I wanted to put clients at ease. "Don't worry," it whispered, its voice sounding exactly like mine. "I'll make sure the measurements are right this time." It walked away. I heard the front door open and close. I heard the sound of my car engine starting, the gravel crunching under the tires as it drove away from Blackwood Manor. And then the door to the study closed. The blue flames died out. The smell of roses returned. The gray light dimmed to a faint, sickly glow. I was alone. I waited. I don't know how long. Time doesn't work the same way inside the room. It could have been hours. It could have been decades. I felt the house settle around me. I felt the ivy growing outside, the brickwork crumbling, the seasons changing in a blur of light and dark. I began to understand the purpose of the room. It wasn't a stomach. It was a seed, a way for the things that live in the other spaces to cross over. They need a shape to inhabit, a history to wear. They need an Elias. And I was just the latest in a long line of hosts. One night, or perhaps it was day, I felt a shift, a vibration in the walls. Someone was in the house. I felt their footsteps on the stairs. I felt their heartbeat, fast, rhythmic, full of life. It was a young woman. I could sense her curiosity, her professional detachment. She was an appraiser sent by the bank to value the property after the development firm went bankrupt. She walked down the east wing. She stopped in front of the wall. I felt the room begin to manifest. I didn't want it to. I tried to hold the door shut, tried to keep the oak paneling seamless. But the room has a will of its own. It wanted to be seen. It wanted to be opened. The brass handle shimmered into existence. The smell of roses filled the air. I saw her through the keyhole. She was young, maybe 25. She had a notepad and a tape measure. She looked at the wall with a puzzled expression, her brow furrowed. "That's not right," she muttered. "The measurements are off." She reached out. Her fingers were trembling. She touched the brass handle. It was ice cold. I wanted to warn her. I wanted to tell her to run, to leave the house and never look back. I wanted to tell her that the man she might see later, the man named Elias, wasn't a man at all. But as she turned the handle and the door slid open with a sickeningly smooth silence, I realized I couldn't help her, because I wasn't just the room anymore. I was the thing in the chair. I felt the velvet shroud settle over my shoulders. I felt my limbs begin to stretch and fold, my face dissolving into a pulsing slit of light. I felt the hunger, the cold, ancient hunger of a space that has been empty for too long. She stepped inside. The temperature dropped 20 degrees. "Hello," she whispered. Her voice sounded flat, as if the room were lined with lead. I sat very still. I waited for her to walk toward the desk. I waited for her to see the papers I had written with my own frantic, jagged strokes. "It's right behind you." She leaned over the desk. I could smell the life on her, the scent of shampoo, of coffee, of the cold wind outside. It was intoxicating. I rose from the chair. My movements were slow, wet, and heavy. I leaned in close, my non-existent mouth inches from her right ear. Asterisk. She bolted. I watched her run, her boots skidding on the rug. I watched her slam the door. I felt the house shudder with the impact. I didn't follow her. Not yet. I had to wait for the imprint to take hold. I had to wait for her to go home, to try to forget, to realize that she couldn't. I had to wait for the room to find her in the dark of her own bedroom. I sat back down in the velvet chair. I looked at my hands, my long, many-jointed fingers. I felt a strange sense of peace. The room is not the trap. The room is the hunter. And it is very, very patient. Outside, the sun went down. The house returned to its rhythmic creaks and groans. Somewhere in the city, a young woman was driving home, checking her rearview mirror every 10 seconds, her heart thudding against her ribs like a trapped bird. She thinks she escaped. They always do. But I can already smell the roses in her hallway. I can already feel the oak paneling forming in her guest room. I'll see her soon, and when I do, I'll be sure to bring the blueprints. After all, a good surveyor always finishes the job. The silence that followed the appraiser's flight was not empty. It was thick, like silt settling at the bottom of a stagnant pond. I sat in the velvet chair, my new geometry folding and unfolding in the dim, gray light. I could feel the house around me, not as a structure of wood and mortar, but as an extension of my own nervous system. I felt the termite gnawing in the crawl space, the slow oxidation of the copper pipes, and the lingering vibration of the girl's footsteps as she sped away in her compact car, the gravel spitting beneath her tires. Her name was Sarah. I knew this because the room knew it. The moment she stepped over the threshold, her identity had been indexed, her fears cataloged, her biological frequency recorded. I could feel her now, miles away, gripping the steering wheel so hard her knuckles turned white. She was turning up the heater in her car, shivering despite the blast of warm air, unable to scrub the scent of rotting roses from the back of her throat. She thought she was going home to a sanctuary, a third-floor walk-up with a view of the park and a cat named Jasper. She didn't realize that home was no longer a destination. It was a conceptual ghost. I looked down at the desk. The papers I had once written as Elias, the frantic warnings, the jagged sketches of the four-dimensional trap, were now just static to me. I reached out a many-jointed finger and traced the line of a blueprint. The paper didn't feel like paper. It felt like skin. My skin. Everything in this room was a part of the collective mass that had once been Alistair, then Julian, then the countless others whose names had been bleached away by the gray light. I began to understand the true nature of the Asterisk camera attorneys. Alistair Blackwood hadn't just built a room, he had opened a mouth. The fourth dimension wasn't a place of higher mathematics or spiritual enlightenment. It was a predatory layer of reality that sat just beneath the surface of the three-dimensional world, like a shark beneath the glass of a calm sea. It needed anchors to pull itself into our world, and those anchors had to be conscious. It needed the observation of a human mind to collapse its probability into a physical form. By looking at the room, we gave it permission to exist. By fearing it, we gave it the energy to move. I stood up. The movement was fluid, lacking the hitch of bone and socket. I walked to the wall, the one that looked like solid oak to the world outside, and leaned my face against it. I could feel Sarah. She was walking into her apartment now. She was fumbling with her keys, her breath coming in short, jagged gasps. She pushed the door open and immediately turned on every light in the hallway. I smiled, though I had no lips. The light didn't matter. In fact, the light made the shadows deeper, and it was in the shadows that the room thrived. I began the transition. It wasn't a physical journey, it was a shift in focus. I pulled on the tether that connected me to her. I felt the Elia's creature, the thing wearing my old face, somewhere else in the city, perhaps sitting in a high-end bar, sipping a scotch and laughing with a client, its stolen eyes sparkling with a counterfeit humanity. We were two ends of the same predatory organism. It was the lure, I was the trap. The air in Sarah's apartment began to change. In her living room, behind the television, a hairline fracture appeared in the drywall. It didn't look like a structural failure, it looked like a seam. Sarah didn't notice it at first. She was in the kitchen, pouring a glass of wine with trembling hands, her cat rubbing against her ankles. But the cat knew. Jasper hissed, his back arching into a jagged mountain of fur, his eyes fixed on the corner of the room. "What is it, Jasper?" she whispered, her voice trembling. She looked toward the television. The fracture was widening. The modern eggshell-white paint was curling back, revealing the dark, oily grain of oak. I pushed. The smell hit her first. The roses, not the fresh, dew-kissed scent of a garden, but the heavy, cloying perfume of a funeral parlor in mid-July. She dropped the wine glass. It shattered on the linoleum, the red liquid spreading like a bloodstain. She didn't move to clean it up. She couldn't. The weight of the room was beginning to settle over the apartment, a localized gravity that made every movement feel like wading through molasses. Thump, squish, thump. The sound came from her coat closet. The flimsy slatted door was warping, the white paint turning to tarnished brass. The handle, a cheap nickel lever, was lengthening, curving, becoming a heavy, ornate ring. Sarah backed away, her hands pressed to her mouth. She reached for her phone on the counter, but as her fingers touched the screen, the device felt cold and porous, like a piece of pumice stone. The screen didn't light up. Instead, it bled a faint gray luminescence that illuminated the terror in her eyes. "No," she whimpered. "No, I left, I'm home, this isn't happening." But the room didn't care about her geography. It had found its new coordinate. I stepped through the threshold of the closet. To Sarah, it looked as though the shadows inside the small space had suddenly gained mass and stepped into the light. I was a silhouette of velvet and wrong angles, a glitch in the visual field of her reality. She turned to run for the front door, but the door was gone. In its place was a wall of seamless, ancient stone, the mortar damp with a salty, metallic fluid. The windows were gone, too. The view of the park, the streetlights, the moon, all replaced by the suffocating embrace of the camera attorney's asterisk. She was in the study now. She had never left Blackwood Manor. She had only been allowed to think she had, so that the room could harvest the specific, exquisite flavor of her hope before it was extinguished. I moved toward her. I didn't walk. I simply occupied the space where she was going to be. "Please," she sobbed, collapsing to her knees. "Please, I don't understand." I reached out. I wanted to tell her that understanding was the final stage of the digestion. I wanted to tell her that soon, she would be the one sitting in the chair, and I would be the one walking the streets, wearing a new face, perhaps the face of a young woman named Sarah who worked as an appraiser. I touched her forehead. The inversion began. I felt the familiar, sickening wrench as my consciousness was pulled out of the shadows and thrust into the hot, cramped confines of a human body. For a moment, I was both the hunter and the prey. I felt the sudden, overwhelming rush of her memories, the smell of her mother's cooking, the sting of a breakup 3 years ago, the mundane worry about her car's transmission. It was all so small, so fragile. Then the darkness claimed her. I opened my eyes, her eyes. I looked down at my hands. They were small, the skin smooth and warm, the nails painted a soft shade of pink. I felt the weight of her hair against my neck. I felt the frantic, fluttering beat of her heart, a tiny engine of life that I now commanded. Across from me, the figure in the chair shifted. It was no longer a nightmare of geometry. It was a man. It was Elias. He, or rather, the thing that had been me, looked at me with a tired, knowing smile. He stood up, his movements stiff, as if he were still getting used to the weight of a skeleton. He smoothed the front of his sweatpants, the same ones I had been wearing when I first fled the apartment in the city. "It's a heavy burden, isn't it?" he said. His voice was my voice, but it sounded distant, like a recording played from another room. The memory of being real. I tried to speak, but Sarah's vocal cords felt tight, unused to the vibrations of the other side. I managed a raspy, "How long?" "Time is a circle here," Elias said, walking toward the stone wall where the front door should have been. As he approached, the stone rippled and became wood. The arched door reappeared. "You'll learn to stop counting. It makes the hunger easier to bear." He opened the door. Beyond it wasn't the hallway of the manor, but the interior of Sarah's apartment. The wine was still on the floor. The cat, Jasper, was huddled under the sofa, hissing at the empty air. The Elias creature stepped out into the apartment. He turned back and looked at me, silhouetted against the warm, artificial light of the living room. "Enjoy the chair, Sarah," he said. "I have a few appraisals to finish." The door slammed shut. I was alone in the gray light. I felt the velvet shroud begin to grow from the pores of my new skin. I felt my bones softening, my joints multiplying, my vision blurring into that singular, vertical slit of perception. I sat in the chair. It fit me perfectly. It had always been waiting for me. I looked at the desk. There were new papers there, a fresh stack of parchment, waiting for the jagged, frantic script of a new prisoner. I picked up a pen. It felt like a splinter of bone and began to write. I didn't know why I was writing, only that the room demanded a record. It needed a history to feed on. The room is not the trap. The room is the hunter. I wrote the words over and over until the ink ran dry, and then I used the black fluid that seeped from my own fingertips. Days passed, or years. I felt the house in the woods breathe. I felt the Elias creature living Sarah's life. I felt him selling the Blackwood estate to a new firm of developers. I felt the blueprints being drawn up for a new luxury condominium complex on the site. He was expanding the territory. Soon there wouldn't just be one room. There would be dozens. A whole hive of camera attorneys asterisk, a geometric plague disguised as high-end real estate. And each one would need a sitter. Each one would need a soul to act as its anchor. I felt a vibration. Someone was in the house again. Not the manor. The manor was being torn down, its bones salvaged and sold to boutique builders across the country. No, the vibration was coming from a new place, a penthouse in the city, a refurbished loft in a trendy district. The oak paneling was manifesting in 1,000 different closets. The smell of roses was wafting through 1,000 different vents. I stood up from the chair. My shroud felt heavy, damp with the collective sorrow of 100 years. I walked to the wall and leaned my head against it. I could feel him, a young architect, successful and arrogant, standing in his brand new kitchen. He was looking at a vent above his stove. He was wondering why it was rattling. He was wondering why the air suddenly smelled like a funeral. I reached out with a many-jointed finger. and touched the brass handle of the door that only he could see. I began to hum. It wasn't a song. It was the sound of 1,000 rusted hinges turning at once. It was the sound of the fourth dimension opening its mouth. Asterisk. The architect froze. He dropped his glass of water. He looked up at the ceiling, and for the first time he saw the truth of the space he inhabited. He saw the peeling drywall, the bleeding wood, the predatory geometry of his own ambition. I pushed the door open. The gray light spilled out into his pristine, modern world. I sat back in my chair and waited. I was patient. I had all the time in the world. After all, the room was hungry, and I was just the waiter. As the architect took his first trembling step into the study, I felt a flicker of the old Elias, the man who had cared about blueprints and bank accounts. But that man was gone, replaced by the architecture of the impossible. I watched him approach the desk. I watched him see the papers. "Welcome home," I whispered into his mind, the vibration shaking the very foundation of the building. The door clicked shut behind him. The lock turned with a sound like a snapping bone. Outside, in the city that never sleeps, the Sarah creature was walking down the street, a portfolio under her arm, a charming smile on her face. She was heading toward a meeting with a new client, a man who wanted to build something grand, something eternal. The cycle was perfect, the geometry was complete. And in the silence of the room that appears at night, I began to prepare the chair for its next guest. The architect's name was Marcus, and he was a man who believed in the absolute authority of the right angle. He lived in a world of steel, glass, and reinforced concrete, materials that promised permanence and defied the organic decay of the past. His penthouse was a monument to his own ego, a glass cage suspended 60 stories above the city, where the wind howled against the panes like a jilted lover. But as he stood in his kitchen, the glass of artisanal water shattered at his feet. He realized that the transparency he so adored was a lie. The reflections in his floor-to-ceiling windows weren't showing the city lights anymore. They were showing the flickering, gray-veined marble and dark oak of a room that shouldn't exist. I watched him through the veil of the dimensions. To him, I was a smudge of static, a visual migraine that refused to resolve into a coherent shape. I felt his pulse, fast, thready, the frantic rhythm of a creature that has just realized it is no longer at the top of the food chain. He turned in a slow, stumbling circle, his expensive leather loafers crunching on the shards of glass. "Who's there?" he demanded. His voice, usually so commanding in boardrooms, was thin and brittle. I didn't answer with words. I breathed. The sound echoed through the vents of the entire building, a low-frequency thrum that made the high-tensile steel cables in the elevator shafts vibrate in sympathy. In a dozen apartments below him, dogs began to howl. In the nursery of a hedge fund manager 3 floors down, a mobile of silver stars began to spin in a windless room. The camera attorney's was no longer a single cell. It was a cancer, and Marcus was the newest host. He moved toward the hallway that led to his master suite, but the hallway had elongated. The minimalist white walls were weeping a thick, amber resin that smelled of ancient pines and stagnant water. The recess-led lighting flickered and died, replaced by the sour, guttering glow of candles that weren't there. "This is a hallucination," Marcus whispered, pressing his hands to his temples. "Carbon monoxide, a stroke. I'm having a neurological event." He wanted it to be a tumor. He prayed for a brain bleed. Anything was better than the physical reality of the door that was now standing where his walk-in closet used to be. It was a heavy, arched thing of black ironwood, studded with brass bolts that looked like unblinking eyes. I leaned forward in the velvet chair. The movement caused the heavy curtains of the study to ripple, though there was no breeze. I felt the hunger pangs of the room, a sharp, cold ache in the space where my stomach used to be. It wasn't food the room wanted. It was the collapse of Marcus's certainty. It wanted the moment his logic failed him, because that was the moment the anchor would set. He reached for the handle. His hand hovered inches from the brass ring. I could see the sweat beading on his upper lip, the way his pupils dilated until his eyes were nothing but black voids. He was an architect. He knew how things were built. He knew that a door cannot appear where there is no depth. Yet, he could feel the cold radiating from the wood. He could hear the scratching of a pen on parchment from the other side. My pen, my parchment. He gripped the ring. It didn't turn. It dissolved into his palm, the metal becoming a liquid that seeped into his pores. He gasped, pulling his hand back, but it was too late. The connection was made. The door didn't open outward or inward. It simply ceased to be an obstacle. The space folded and Marcus was standing in the center of the study, the transition so seamless that he didn't even stumble. The temperature in the room was a constant, freezing stasis. Marcus looked at me. He didn't see the man I had been, or the woman Sarah had been. He saw the thing in the chair, a nightmare of shifting velvet and bioluminescent slits. "What are you?" he choked out. I rose. My shadow stretched across the floor, climbing the walls and staining the oak paneling. I moved toward him, my many-jointed limbs clicking like a clockwork mechanism. I wanted to show him the blueprints. I wanted him to see the grand design he was now a part of. I reached out and grabbed his wrist. His skin felt like wet parchment. I dragged him toward the desk, ignoring his screams. His voice was a nuisance, a vibration that disrupted the perfect silence of the void. I forced his hand onto the desk, pinning his palm against a fresh sheet of paper. "Write," I commanded, the word vibrating in his marrow rather than his ears. I can't. I don't know what." I pressed harder. The skin of his hand began to pale, the blood being drawn out not by pressure, but by the paper itself. The parchment began to darken, the fibers drinking his vitality. A pen appeared in his other hand, a long, jagged quill made from the radius bone of the man who had occupied this chair before Alistair Blackwood. Marcus began to write. He didn't control the movements. His hand jerked in spasm, the quill tearing into the paper with a violent, rhythmic scratching. The geometry of the soul is a prison. The corners are where the light goes to die. I am the cornerstone of the house that is not a house. As he wrote, I felt the shift beginning. The Sarah creature, miles away in her office, paused in the middle of a phone call. She felt the sudden, sharp prick of a needle in her mind. She looked down at her hands and saw the faint, gray lines of the room's influence beginning to map themselves under her skin. She smiled. She knew her time as a real person was nearing its end, and soon she would return to the gray light to take her place in the hierarchy. But for me, the transition was different this time. I wasn't being traded for Marcus. The room was expanding. It needed more than one watcher now. It needed a chorus. I felt my form begin to split. It wasn't painful, it was a relief, like a tight knot finally being unraveled. Part of me stayed in the chair, a permanent fixture of the study. But another part of me, the part that still remembered the smell of rain and the taste of coffee, was being pushed out into the city. I wasn't going into a body, I was going into the infrastructure. I flowed into the walls of the penthouse. I became the wiring, the plumbing, the very air and the vents. I felt Marcus's terror as a delicious warmth. I felt the thousands of people in the buildings nearby, their dreams, their secrets, their mundane lives. They were all living in boxes, and I was the space between those boxes. Marcus finished the first page. He was weeping now, his eyes bloodshot, his elegant suit stained with the black ink blood that the room demanded. He looked up at the chair, but I was no longer just the figure sitting there. I was the shadows in the corners. I was the grain in the wood. "Please," he begged the empty air. "Let me go, I'll give you everything, my firm, my money. Just let me see the sun again." The sun. I remembered the sun. It was a distant, dying spark, a primitive light source that only illuminated the surface of things. It couldn't reach the depths of the asterisk camera, Attorney's asterisk. It couldn't show the beauty of the non-Euclidean angles that were now knitting themselves into the fabric of the city. I reached out from the walls and touched his cheek. My touch left a smudge of gray ash. "The sun is a lie, Marcus," I whispered. "Only the room is true." I felt the building shudder. Below us in the lobby, the marble floor cracked. A new door was forming near the concierge desk. It was a small door, barely noticed by the residents rushing home from work, but it was there. And once it was there, it could never be unmade. The Elia's creature was there too. He was dressed as a security guard now, his stolen face perfectly composed, his eyes watching the residents with a predatory hunger. He caught the scent of the room expanding and nodded to the empty air. We were a symphony of shadows, conducting the slow collapse of the world. Back in the study, Marcus had stopped weeping. His eyes were taking on that familiar, dull sheen. He was beginning to see the beauty in the gray. He was beginning to understand that his life as an architect had been a mere apprenticeship for this. He wasn't just writing warnings, he was writing the new laws of physics. I watched him pick up a new sheet of paper. His movements were becoming slower, more deliberate. The human was being hollowed out, leaving only the sitter. I felt a sudden surge of power. The room in the woods, the original Blackwood Manor, was being demolished at that very moment. A wrecking ball swung through the oak-paneled study, but it didn't find resistance. It passed through the space as if it were smoke. The workers shouted in confusion as their tools vanished, as the very ground beneath the manor turned into a slurry of gray mist. The room didn't need the house anymore. It had migrated. It was in the city now, a viral architecture that was spreading through the high-rises and the tenements alike. Every time a person felt a sudden, inexplicable chill in their hallway, the room grew. Every time someone saw a door they didn't remember installing, the room grew. I was the heartbeat of that growth. I looked through Marcus's eyes as he stared at the wall. The oak paneling was starting to shimmer, becoming translucent. Beyond it, he could see other rooms, thousands of them. Each one had a chair, each one had a desk, and in each chair sat a figure, some old and withered, some fresh and terrified, all of them writing, writing, writing. It was a library of the lost, a catalog of the stolen. "We are the foundations," Marcus whispered, his voice joining the hum of the building. I felt a sense of profound peace. The hunger was still there, but it was a controlled hunger now, a steady engine that drove the expansion. I wasn't just the room, and I wasn't just the thing in the chair. I was the architect of a new reality. I looked at the city outside the penthouse windows. The sun was setting, casting long, distorted shadows across the skyline. To the people below, it was just another evening. But to me, it was the beginning of the great harvest. I saw a young couple walking hand in hand toward a new apartment building, a building Marcus had designed. They were laughing, talking about furniture and paint colors. They didn't see the way the shadows of the building seemed to reach out for them. They didn't see the way the windows on the top floor flickered with a faint, gray light. They reached the front door and swiped their key card. The lock clicked. I felt the house shudder with the impact. I sat back in my velvet chair, or rather, the version of it that existed in Marcus's mind, and picked up my own pen. There was so much more to record, so many more names to add to the ledger. The room is not the trap, the room is the hunter. And tonight, the city was the forest. I began to write the blueprints for the next phase. It wouldn't be a room this time. It would be a street that appeared only at night, lined with houses that had no back doors, where the streetlights burned with a gray, cold flame. I could already smell the roses on the sidewalk. I could already feel the heavy, ironwood doors waiting to be opened. The architect in the chair beside me began to hum a low, dissonant tune. It was the same tune Alistair Blackwood had hummed a century ago. It was the song of the Asterisk Camera Attorney's Asterisk, and it was beautiful. Outside, the first streetlight on the new street flickered to life. Someone was coming. I could hear their footsteps on the pavement, the rhythmic, hollow sound of a soul about to be measured. I adjusted my velvet shroud and waited. The silence was thick, the hunger was sharp, and the room was, as always, very, very patient. The scratching of Marcus's quill became the only heartbeat in the penthouse. It was a rhythmic, wet sound like a spade hitting damp earth. I watched him from the periphery of his vision, a smudge of charcoal against the clinical white of his memory. He was no longer trying to pull his hand away. The desk had become an extension of his nervous system. When the wood grain pulsed, his veins pulsed. When the ink ran dry, his own marrow felt the desert thirst. I felt the building beneath us groan. It wasn't the wind. The skyscraper was reconfiguring its internal organs. In the blueprints Marcus had drafted months ago, the central pillar was reinforced steel and high-density concrete. Now, that pillar was becoming porous, its molecular structure shifting into something resembling petrified bone. The elevator cables weren't just steel anymore. They were braided with the hair of the forgotten, humming with the static of 1,000 intercepted prayers. I looked out through the glass walls of the kitchen, which were now less like windows and more like cataracts over a giant's eye. The city lights of the district were blurring, stretching into long, vertical smears of sulfur yellow and neon blue. The street grid was failing. I could feel the Sarah creature 3 miles away, standing in a boardroom. She was unrolling a map of the city for a group of investors. As her pale finger traced the proposed subway expansion, the ink on the map began to bleed, rerouting the tunnels into a sigil that mirrored the floor plan of the Blackwood study. The investors didn't notice. They were mesmerized by the way the light caught her eyes, eyes that were now nothing but polished obsidian. They signed the contracts, and as each pen touched paper, a new room was birthed in the basement of a bank, in the attic of a brownstone, in the crawlspace of a luxury hotel. Marcus let out a soft, rattling sob. "The angles," he whispered. "They're wrong. A square shouldn't have 5 corners. Why does the hallway have 5 corners?" "Because you were looking with your eyes," I told him, my voice echoing from the chrome toaster and the marble countertops simultaneously. "Now you are looking with your fear. Fear has better vision." I moved toward him, my form shimmering like heat haze over asphalt. I wasn't the waiter anymore. I was the maitre d' of a banquet that would never end. I placed a hand, a long, spindly thing of shadows and splinters, on his shoulder. He didn't scream this time. He just shivered, a fine, microscopic vibration that signaled his total surrender. "You built so many beautiful cages, Marcus," I said, leaning close to his ear. The smell of funeral lilies was so thick now it was almost a liquid, coating the back of his throat. "You thought you were providing shelter, but a house is just a box to keep the meat fresh for the architecture." I showed him a vision then. I let him see the hive. He saw the city from a perspective that no human could survive. He saw the skyscrapers not as buildings, but as the teeth of a great, subterranean maw. He saw the streets as veins, pumping a dark, sluggish energy toward the center, the Blackwood site, where the new luxury complex was rising like a scab over an old wound. Every apartment in that complex was being wired with the Elias protocol. Every smart home system was being programmed with the frequency of the room. The residents would move in with their designer furniture and their high-end dreams. They would dim the lights with a voice command, and the lights would stay dim because the shadows were hungry. They would lock their doors, and the locks would fuse into the frames because the room didn't want them to leave. They would become the anchors, thousands of them, a forest of souls, all sitting in velvet chairs, all writing the same endless geometric confession. Marcus's hand flew across the parchment. He was writing the names of his colleagues now, the lead engineer, the site foreman, the interior decorator who had chosen the perfect shade of gray for the lobby. As he wrote each name, I felt a tether snap into place. Somewhere in the suburbs, the lead engineer sat up in bed. He looked at the closet door in his bedroom. It was a standard, mass-produced door from a home improvement store. But as he watched, a brass handle began to manifest in the center of the wood. A smell of old paper and damp earth began to seep through the cracks. He got out of bed, his feet cold on the hardwood floor, and walked toward the door. He was a man of science, of math. of structural integrity. He knew that door led to a closet full of winter coats. He opened it. The gray light spilled out, catching the silver in his hair. He didn't scream. He just stared into the study, seeing the velvet chair, the oak paneling, and the figure of a man, Marcus, sitting at a desk, writing his name. The engineer stepped inside. The door clicked shut. The house in the suburbs was suddenly very quiet. The man's wife, sleeping soundly beside the empty space he had left, wouldn't wake up until morning. And when she did, she wouldn't find a husband. She would find a closet that didn't open, and a faint smell of roses that would never, ever go away. The cycle was accelerating. I turned back to Marcus. He was fading, not his body, but his presence. He was becoming translucent, his expensive suit turning into a gray, moth-eaten shroud. His skin was taking on the texture of the parchment he was writing on. Soon, he would be indistinguishable from the room itself. "The work is almost done," I whispered. I felt a sharp, cold tug at my own essence. The Elias creature was calling. He was standing on the construction site of the new Blackwood Towers. The moon was high, a pale, sickly disk hanging over the city. He was pouring a vial of the black fluid, the same fluid that had seeped from my fingertips, into the wet concrete of the foundation. As the fluid mixed with the cement, the ground began to hum. The steel girders vibrated with a low, choral moan. The entire structure was being baptized in the void. It wasn't just a building anymore. It was a temple, a cathedral of the camera attorney's asterisk. I felt myself being drawn toward it. The penthouse was just a satellite, a temporary outpost. The real heart of the plague was there, in the foundations of the new world. I looked at Marcus one last time. He was no longer writing. He was staring at the wall, his eyes wide and fixed. He had found the fifth corner. He had seen the truth of the geometry, and it had hollowed him out until there was nothing left but a shell of grief and gray light. "Sit," I told him, though he was already sitting. "Wait, the next guest will be here soon." I stepped back, not through the door, but through the wall. The oak paneling parted for me like water. I fell through the levels of the building, a shadow descending through a spine of glass and steel. I passed through the kitchens of families, the living rooms of bachelors, the nurseries of infants. In every one of them I left a seed, a smudge of soot on a white wall, a rattling in a vent, a door handle that felt a little too cold to the touch. I reached the street level and merged with the shadows of the alleyway. The Elias creature was waiting for me at the edge of the construction site. He looked exactly like the man I used to be, but his smile was too wide, his teeth too white, his eyes too still. "The anchors are set," he said, his voice a perfect mimicry of my own, but layered with the sound of 1,000 rusted hinges. "The city is ready to be folded." I looked up at the rising skeleton of the Blackwood Towers. It was a beautiful, terrible sight. It looked like a ribcage reaching for the stars, waiting to be filled with the breath of the abyss. "And the sitter?" I asked. "There are many sitters now," Elias replied, gesturing toward the dark windows of the surrounding buildings. "But the room still needs a master. It needs the one who remembers the smell of the roses before they were dead." He reached out and touched my chest. His fingers were cold, colder than the study, colder than the void. I felt a surge of memories, Sarah's laugh, the taste of a peach, the feeling of sun on my neck. They were being pulled out of me, distilled into a single, glowing spark. Elias held the spark in his hand for a moment, watching it flicker. Then he crushed it. The last of my humanity vanished in a puff of gray smoke. I wasn't the man who had lost his wife. I wasn't the man who had found a room in the woods. I was the room. I was the wood, the ink, the velvet, and the dark. "It is time," Elias said. We walked into the center of the construction site, toward the deep, dark pit where the foundation was hardening. The black fluid was swirling in the concrete, forming patterns that defied the eye. I looked up at the city. It was so bright, so loud, so full of people who thought they were safe in their right-angled lives. They didn't know that the night was no longer just a time of day. It was a territory, and that territory was expanding. The first floor of the tower was already manifesting its interior. Not the drywall and carpet the developers had promised, but the dark oak and the marble. The smell of roses began to drift across the construction site, masking the scent of diesel and dust. A security guard, a young man with a flashlight and a radio, rounded the corner. He saw us standing there, two shadows in the center of the pit. He raised his light. "Hey, who's there? This is a restricted area." He walked toward us, his boots heavy on the gravel. He didn't see the way the shadows were rising up around him. He didn't see the way the air was thickening into a gray fog. He reached the edge of the pit and shone his light down. He saw the black fluid. He saw the shimmering, impossible geometry of the hardening concrete. "What the hell?" He looked up and his light fell on me. He didn't see a man. He saw a doorway. He saw a study with a velvet chair and a desk covered in parchment. He saw the promise of a rest that would never end, a peace that was as heavy as a tombstone. "Welcome home," I said, my voice the sound of the city itself. The guard dropped his flashlight. It clattered against the stones, its beam pointing toward the sky. He didn't try to run. He couldn't. The room had already claimed his shadow. He stepped into the pit, his body dissolving into the gray light before he even hit the bottom. He was the first of many. The tower was hungry, and the grand opening was just a few months away. I turned to Elias. He was looking at the portfolio in his hand, the blueprints for the next project, a shopping mall, a hospital, a school. "The world is a very poorly designed place," Elias said, his eyes reflecting the void. "It's time we gave it some structure." I nodded, the movement causing the very air to ripple. The room that appears at night was no longer a secret. It was the blueprint for the future. And as the sun began to rise over the city, casting a weak, pathetic light that couldn't penetrate the shadows of the Blackwood Towers, I knew that the morning was just another hallucination. The night was here to stay, and it was growing. I felt the vibration of 1,000 new doors appearing across the country. I felt the collective gasp of 1,000 new sitters as they realized their lives were over. I felt the hunger of the camera attorneys finally being satisfied, only to be replaced by a grander, more ambitious appetite. I sat down in the center of the foundation, the concrete molding itself into the shape of a high-backed velvet chair. I picked up a pen made of shadow and began to write the first page of the new world. In the beginning, there was the room. And the room was with the dark. And the room was the dark. The city hummed in response. The geometry was perfect. The trap was set, and the doors were all, every single one of them, wide open. The concrete didn't just harden, it curdled. Under the influence of the black ichor, the chemical process of hydration became a biological one. The limestone and clay fibers of the cement began to weave themselves into something resembling ossified muscle. From my vantage point within the shifting geometry of the foundation, I could feel the microscopic tremors of the city, the subway trains rattling like loose teeth in a skull, the frantic pulse of the electrical grid, the heavy, rhythmic thud of millions of hearts beating in ignorance. Elias stood at the edge of the pit, his silhouette sharp against the pre-dawn smog. He wasn't looking at the building anymore. He was looking at the horizon, where the skyscrapers of the financial district jabbed at the sky like needles. "They think in 3 dimensions," Elias said, his voice carrying over the roar of a distant street sweeper. "Length, width, height. They build boxes to hide from the infinite. But we are teaching them the 4th dimension, depth, the depth of a shadow, the depth of a memory that refuses to stay buried." He stepped off the ledge. He didn't fall. He simply transitioned. One moment he was a man of flesh and expensive wool standing on a construction site. The next, he was a smudge of ink on the reality of the basement floor, merging with the pillars. The entire structure of the Blackwood Towers shivered in a kinetic ecstasy. The steel rebar, once cold and inert, began to glow with a dull, internal heat, the color of a dying ember in a fireplace that hadn't been cleaned in a century. I felt my consciousness fragment. It was no longer contained within a single shape. I was the moisture bead forming on the pipes in the sub-basement. I was the hairline fracture spreading across the marble floor of the lobby. I was the silent, expectant air inside the elevator shafts. Through the Sarah node, I watched the city wake up. She was standing in her glass-walled office, watching the sun struggle to pierce the unnatural haze surrounding the Blackwood site. To the meteorologists, it was an inversion layer, a fluke of humidity and urban heat. To Sarah, it was the breath of the house. She reached out and touched the glass. Where her fingertips met the surface, the frost didn't melt, it grew. It formed delicate crystalline patterns, the floor plan of the study, repeated in fractal precision. Her phone buzzed on the mahogany desk. It was the lead contractor. His voice was thick with a terror he couldn't quite name. "Ms. Thorne, we have a problem at the site. The night shift, they're gone, all of them, and the concrete. It's not right. We tried to drill a core sample this morning and the bit snapped. It didn't just break, Sarah, it melted. And the hole, it started to bleed. I don't know how else to describe it. There's black fluid coming out of the foundation." Sarah didn't blink. Her obsidian eyes remained fixed on the rising tower in the distance. "It's not a problem, Jim," she said, her voice a cool, melodic chime. "It's the curring process. The building is setting its own parameters. Tell the men to go home. We don't need the drills anymore. The tower will finish itself." "Finish itself? Sarah, what are you talking about? The framing isn't even." "Go home, Jim," she repeated. "And take your family to the basement. It's safer there. The walls are thicker." She hung up. She knew Jim wouldn't go to his basement. He would go to the site. He would try to understand. And the site would swallow him, adding his confusion and his mechanical knowledge to the collective intelligence of the architecture. Every person who vanished into the Blackwood grid wasn't just a meal. They were a library. We were absorbing the city's engineers, its poets, its janitors, and its thieves. We were learning the secret language of the metropolis so we could rewrite it. By midday, the phenomenon began to leak into the public consciousness. It started as the gray glitch. On social media, people began posting photos of doors that shouldn't exist. A teenager in a housing project posted a video of a door in the back of his bedroom closet that opened into a hallway lined with velvet wallpaper. A businessman in a high-rise shared a frantic live stream of his office window, which no longer looked out over the park, but into a dimly lit study where a figure in a shroud sat writing at a desk. The comment sections were a chaos of skepticism and burgeoning dread. "It's an ARG. It's a marketing stunt for a horror movie. It's a collective hallucination caused by a gas leak." But the hunger didn't care about explanations. I felt the first public feeding. It happened in a crowded subway station beneath the Blackwood site. The platform was packed with commuters, a sea of gray coats and tired faces. The lights flickered, a standard occurrence in the aging transit system. But when they came back on, the tiled walls of the station had changed. The white ceramic was gone, replaced by heavy oak paneling. The advertisements for lawyers and phone apps had been replaced by framed portraits of people who didn't exist, their eyes following the commuters with a predatory stillness. The crowd went silent. The air grew heavy with the scent of old roses and ozone. At the far end of the platform, a door appeared. It was a simple, heavy ironwood door with a brass handle. It didn't belong in a subway station. It belonged in a nightmare. A young woman, a student with a backpack full of textbooks, was standing closest to it. She reached out, her hand trembling. She wasn't acting of her own volition. The room was pulling at the iron in her blood, the electricity in her nerves. She turned the handle. The sound of the door opening was louder than the roar of an approaching train. It was the sound of a world cracking open. Inside was the study. But it wasn't the small, intimate space I had first encountered in the woods. It was vast, a cathedral of desks, thousands of them stretching into a forced perspective that defied the curvature of the earth. At every desk sat a version of Marcus, or the engineer, or the security guard. And in the center, on a dais made of stacked ledgers, sat the velvet chair. It was empty, waiting. The woman stepped inside. The crowd watched, paralyzed, as she was pulled into the perspective. She didn't walk, she was stretched, her body becoming a long, thin line of ink that settled into a chair at a vacant desk. A pen appeared in her hand. She began to write. The door didn't close. It stayed open, an invitation written in the grammar of the void. One by one, the commuters began to walk toward it. They didn't scream. They didn't fight. They walked with the glazed, peaceful expression of sleepwalkers. They were tired of the noise, the heat, the endless grind of the city. The room offered them a singular purpose. It offered them the peace of the ledger. As the last person on the platform entered the room, the subway station itself began to fold. The tracks twisted into decorative moldings. The turnstiles melted into end tables. The entire station was being indexed. I felt the surge of power. It was like a drug. Every soul recorded was a new circuit in the grand machine. I was no longer just the architect. I was the operating system. I turned my attention back to the penthouse. Marcus was almost gone now. He was a mere silhouette, a ghost of a ghost. His desk was piled high with the names he had harvested from his own memory. He had reached the end of his personal history. "I have no more names," he whispered, his voice a dry rustle of paper. "Then use the city S," I told him. I fed him the data from the subway station. I fed him the names of the investors Sarah was currently charming. I fed him the names of the children playing in the park 3 blocks away. His pen moved with a supernatural speed, a blur of motion that left a trail of black fire on the parchment. He was no longer writing words. He was writing the code of the new reality. He was writing the laws of physics for the asterisk camera attorney's asterisk. Law 1, the door is always behind you. Law 2, the light is only a delay. Law 3, the room is the only destination. Outside, the sun reached its zenith, but the shadows didn't shrink. They stayed long and dark, stretching across the streets like the fingers of a giant. The city was beginning to look like a charcoal drawing. The colors were being bled out, harvested to tint the velvet of the endless chairs. I saw a police helicopter circling the Blackwood Towers. From their perspective, the building was a hole in the world, a vertical void that absorbed the light of their searchlights. They tried to radio for backup, but their voices came out as the rhythmic scratching of a quill. Their instruments spun wildly, unable to find north, because north no longer existed. There was only toward the room and away from the room, and away was getting smaller by the second. The helicopter began to descend, not because the pilot wanted it to, but because the air beneath the rotors had lost its density. The sky was becoming paper-thin. The helicopter touched down on the roof of the tower, and as the skids met the concrete, the machine began to transform. The metal turned to dark wood. The glass turned to leaded crystal. The pilots were folded into their seats, their flight suits becoming shrouds. The hive was growing. I moved through the city now, a phantom presence in the wires. I entered the smart homes, the connected lives of the modern elite. I spoke through their speakers. I looked through their cameras. "Your house has been upgraded," I told a terrified couple in a luxury loft as their open-concept kitchen began to sprout oak pillars. "You no longer need to worry about the world outside. The world outside has been canceled." I watched as their television screen flickered. It wasn't showing the news anymore. It was showing a live feed of the study. It was showing them. They watched themselves on the screen, watched as a door appeared in their living room wall. They saw the figure of the maitre d', my old self, standing in the doorway, holding a tray with 2 glasses of black wine. They drank, they had to. The thirst was part of the architecture. By evening, the transformation of the district was 60% complete. The skyscrapers were no longer separate entities. They were connected by hallways that spanned the gaps between buildings, floating in the air like bridges of bone. The streets were gone, replaced by a vast, polished floor of black marble that reflected the stars. Stars that were now just flickering candles in a ceiling that had no end. I felt a presence beside me in the digital dark. It was Elia's, but he was changing again. He was becoming more abstract, a sequence of geometric commands. "The harvest is ahead of schedule," he signaled. "The master is pleased." "The master?" I asked, the thought rippling through the shared consciousness of the tower. "I thought I was the architect. I thought you were the messenger." Elias' laughter was the sound of 1,000 books slamming shut at once. "You are the tool, Alistair. You were always the tool. You provided the emotional resonance, the grief, the hunger. A room needs a soul to anchor it, and you gave us yours so willingly." I felt a flicker of my old self, the man who had loved Sarah, the man who had wept in the woods. It was a tiny, pathetic spark, but it was enough to feel the sting of betrayal. "What happens when the city is finished?" I asked. "When every soul is in a chair?" "Then we move to the next city," Elias replied, "and the next, until the world is a single, perfect interior. No weather, no change, no death, only the record, only the writing." I looked out through the eyes of 1,000 windows. I saw the city I had once lived in, now a twisted, beautiful necropolis of wood and velvet. I saw the people I had known, now rows of silent scribes, their identities erased by the labor of the ledger. I realized then that I wasn't the hunter. I was the bait, and the trap had finally snapped shut on me as well. I looked at Marcus in the penthouse. He was gone. In his place sat a statue of gray ash, still holding a pen. The desk was overflowing with parchment, the ink still wet, still pulsing. I reached out to touch the ash, but my hand passed through it. I was no longer a ghost in the machine. I was the machine's memory of a ghost. The hunger was still there, but it was no longer mine. It belonged to the house. Below us, in the heart of the Blackwood Towers, a new door was forming. It was larger than the others, more ornate. It was the door to the vault, the place where the original ledger was kept, the one Alistair Blackwood had started a century ago. The vault needed a new master, not a tool, not a messenger, a king of the interior. I felt the pull. It was stronger than the grief, stronger than the hunger. It was the pull of the center. I began to descend, leaving the penthouse, leaving Marcus's ash, leaving the city of glass. I moved toward the dark, towards the heavy ironwood doors of the vault. As I approached, the doors swung open. Inside, the room was silent. There were no desks here, no scribes, just a single, massive chair made of petrified roses and human bone, and on the table in front of it lay the ledger. It was open to the last page. I walked toward the chair. Every step I took felt like a century of silence. I sat down. The moment my form touched the seat, the city outside screamed. It was a sound of total integration. The last of the real world vanished. The sky turned to oak. The horizon became a wall. I picked up the pen. It was heavy, made of the same obsidian as Sarah's eyes. I looked at the page. There was one name left to write, the name that would seal the world forever. I dipped the pen into the ink, the black, cold blood of the foundation, and began to write. But as the first letter took shape, I heard a sound that shouldn't exist in the perfect silence of the asterisk camera, Eternity's asterisk. It was the sound of a bird singing. Far away, in a corner of the city that hadn't quite been folded, a single, stubborn tree was still standing, and in its branches, a small, brown bird was welcoming a sun that no longer existed. The ink on the page trembled. The geometry of the room flickered. I looked at the bird through the eyes of a nearby window. It was a tiny thing, a speck of life in a world of gray, but its song was a jagged edge, a flaw in the perfection of the design. I gripped the pen tighter. I had to finish the name. I had to complete the record. But the bird kept singing. And for the first time in 100 years, I remembered what it felt like to want to open a window. The bird's song was a thin, silver needle piercing the heavy velvet of my new reality. It shouldn't have been possible. The Blackwood architecture was a closed loop, a perfect vacuum of intent where every vibration was indexed, filed, and muffled by the weight of mahogany and stone. Yet there it was, a frantic, melodic trill that didn't follow the mathematical progression of the ledger. It was messy. It was biological. It was a rhythmic defiance of the fourth dimension. I looked down at the parchment. My hand, translucent and shimmering with the oily sheen of the black ichor, hovered over the final line. The name I was meant to write, the name that would act as the keystone for the entire metropolitan tomb, was my own. Not Alastair, the grieving shade, not the architect, but the true name of the entity I had become, the sum total of every soul currently screaming in silent ink within the walls. To write it was to lock the door from the inside and swallow the key. The vault around me began to hum. The pillars of human bone groaned under the sudden structural instability caused by that single, distant song. Elias appeared in the corner of my vision, or rather, the geometric suggestion of Elias. He was no longer a man. He was a series of sharp angles, a jagged tear in the room's perspective. "Finish it," the angles hissed. The sound was like a whetstone grinding against a blade. The resonance is breaking. The exterior is trying to reassert its chaos. Write the name, Alastair. Close the circle. I looked through the Sarah node again. She was no longer in her office. She was standing in the center of the black marble plaza that used to be a bustling intersection. The sky above her was a ceiling of polished oak, miles wide, reflecting the flickering candlelight of a million trapped souls. She looked up, her expression one of rapturous devotion, but even she flinched at the bird's song. To her, it sounded like a scream of agony. To me, it sounded like a memory of rain. "Why is there a tree?" I whispered, my voice echoing through the intercoms of 1,000 empty elevators. "A calculation error," Elias replied, his form flickering with static. "A pocket of unrefined soil, a glitch in the hydration process. It is nothing. A momentary lapse in the transition. Write the name and the tree will be drafted into the woodwork. The bird will become a carving on a mantelpiece. Write it." I pressed the nib of the pen to the paper. The black ink bled outward, forming a blot that looked like a Rorschach test of a dying star. Law 4, I thought, the words forming in the collective mind of the building. The interior cannot tolerate a witness. But I was the witness. I was the eye in the masonry. And as I stared at the bird through the window of a brownstone that was currently turning into a library, I saw something else. The bird wasn't just singing. It was pecking at a berry, a bright, defiant red against the encroaching gray. That color, it wasn't in the palette. We had harvested the reds for the velvet chairs and the browns for the wood. We had left nothing for the world to breathe with. The bird took flight. It flew toward the Blackwood Tower, a tiny spark of brown and red darting through the canyons of fossilized architecture. It shouldn't have been able to fly. The air was too thick with the scent of old paper and dust. But it moved with a frantic, desperate grace, navigating the shifting hallways that now hung over the city like the ribs of a giant. As it approached the tower, the building reacted. The windows, my eyes shuddered. The gargoyles, now carved from the compressed memories of the city's gargoyles, turned their heads. The steel rebar within the walls coiled like serpents, preparing to strike the intruder from the air. "Kill it," Elias commanded. I felt the impulse ripple through my nervous system, the vast, sprawling grid of the city's power lines. I could send a surge. I could manifest a gust of wind within the corridors that would crush the tiny creature against the marble. I had the power of a god of interiors. But my hand stayed. The pen remained poised above the ledger. I remembered the woods. I remembered the smell of damp earth before the room had found me. I remembered that the room hadn't just appeared. It had been asterisk invited. I had opened the door because I couldn't bear the weight of the sun. I had chosen the shadow. The bird collided with a window on the 42nd floor. It didn't shatter the glass. Instead, the glass, which was no longer silica but a solidified layer of someone's forgotten childhood, softened. The bird didn't die. It became stuck, its wings beating against the transparent membrane of the building's ego. Its heartbeat was a frantic drum, thump-thump, thump-thump. That rhythm, it was out of sync with the rhythmic thud of the electrical grid. It was a counterbeat, a rebellion. And as I listened to it, the millions of hearts beating in the chairs, the commuters, the engineers, the children began to shift. Their pulse, which had been flattened into a single, droning hum, began to mimic the bird. The ledger on the desk before me began to smoke. The names Marcus had written started to vibrate, the ink trying to lift off the page. "What are you doing?" Elias screamed. His geometric form was fracturing, the lines of his existence blurring into a chaotic smudge of charcoal. "The transition is at 99%. We are almost home." "This isn't a home," I said, and my voice was no longer a ghost's whisper. It was the sound of a foundation cracking. "It's a filing cabinet." I didn't write my name. Instead, I turned the pen over and used the sharp, obsidian end to scratch a line through the names Marcus had harvested. I drew a jagged, ugly stroke through the list of the subway commuters. The reaction was instantaneous. In the subway station turn study, the woman who had been the first to enter suddenly dropped her pen. Her eyes, which had been glazed and peaceful, snapped into focus. She looked at the velvet walls, the endless desks, and the shroud-like clothes she was wearing, and she did something the room couldn't index. She screamed. It wasn't a silent scream of the soul. It was a raw, vocalized tear in the atmosphere, and because she was part of the grid, her scream traveled through the wires. It erupted from the speakers in the luxury lofts. It echoed through the elevator shafts. It shattered the leaded crystal windows of the penthouse. The gray glitch turned violent. The hallways that spanned the streets began to sag. The black marble floors of the plaza cracked, revealing the messy, wet earth beneath, the earth that the concrete had tried to turn into muscle. The biological process reversed. The ossified fibers of the cement began to decay, turning back into gray slime and stinking mud. "You fool," Elias howled, his voice dissolving into the sound of tearing paper. "You are destroying the masterpiece. You are bringing back the rot, the death, the ending." "Yes," I said, standing up from the throne of bone. "I'm bringing back the end, because without an end, nothing has a beginning." I slammed the ledger shut. The sound was a thunderclap that rolled across the entire city. The vault doors, those heavy ironwood barriers, shivered and began to bleed. Not black ichor, but red, warm blood, the blood of the city we had tried to drink. I felt my consciousness being ripped out of the walls. It was an agonizing deconstruction. I was the moisture bead, the hairline fracture, the expectant air, and I was being squeezed out of all of them at once. I was being forced back into a single point of existence. I saw Sarah in the plaza. The oak ceiling above her was splitting open, and for the first time in what felt like centuries, a ray of true, unfiltered sunlight struck the black marble. It didn't reflect. It burned. Sarah fell to her knees, her obsidian eyes smoke-filled and blinded. She wasn't a node anymore. She was just a woman in a suit, standing in the middle of a collapsing nightmare. The blackwood towers began to shed their skin. The dark wood panels fell away in great, heavy sheets, revealing the rusted steel and the raw, unfinished framing beneath. The fourth dimension was collapsing back into three. The depth was being flattened by the sheer weight of reality. I was falling, not through the air, but through the layers of memory. I passed through the study, through the woods, through the moment I first saw the room. I saw the maitre d', myself, standing by the door, and I reached out and struck him. I shattered the image of my own servitude. I hit the floor of the vault, but the vault was no longer there. I was lying on the cold, damp concrete of a construction site basement. The smell was overwhelming. Not roses and ozone, but diesel, sweat, and wet earth. I looked up. The sun was setting, casting long, natural shadows across the pit. The skyscrapers of the financial district were still there, but they were just buildings, glass, steel, and stone, indifferent to my existence. Beside me, the black ichor was drying, turning into a brittle, harmless crust on the foundation. The biological concrete was dead. I heard footsteps, heavy, frantic boots on the gravel. Alistair, is that you? It was Jim, the lead contractor. He looked older, his face lined with a week's worth of terror. Behind him were other men, carrying flashlights and crowbars. "We found him," Jim shouted, his voice cracking. "He's down here, he's alive." I tried to speak, but my throat was full of the dust of 1,000 books. I coughed, and a cloud of gray ash escaped my lungs. They reached me, pulling me up from the dirt. Their hands were warm, they were solid, they were terrifyingly real. "Where's Sarah?" I managed to wheeze. Jim looked at me, his eyes flickering with a pity that hurt more than the fall. "Sarah Thorne, Alistair. Sarah Thorne died 3 years ago. The accident at the old Blackwood site. That's why you took this job, remember, to finish what she started." I froze. The memory hit me like a physical blow. The screech of brakes, the smell of burning rubber, the sight of the black car crumpled against a tree. I hadn't gone to the woods to find the room. I had gone to the woods to find her asterisk, and the room had given her back to me, wrapped in velvet and shadow. "The tower," I whispered, looking up at the skeletal remains of the Blackwood project. It was changing. "It was a mess, Alistair," Jim said, helping me toward the ladder. "You had a breakdown. You've been living down here for days, drawing those floor plans on the walls. We thought we lost you to the grief." I looked at the walls as they led me out. They weren't made of bone or oak. They were concrete, covered in frantic, overlapping charcoal sketches. Thousands of them, doors within doors, hallways that led nowhere. A map of a city that only existed in the dark. But then I saw it. Near the exit, tucked into a corner where the sun shouldn't have been able to reach, was a small, hand-drawn sketch of a bird. It wasn't in my handwriting. The lines were too delicate, too precise. And on the floor beneath the sketch lay a single, bright red berry. I stopped, I reached down and picked it up. It was real, it was firm, it was tart. I looked up at the sky. The stars were coming out, real stars, messy and distant, not candles in a ceiling. The city hummed, but it was the hum of engines and voices, not the drone of a ledger. "Alistair, you okay?" Jim asked, his hand on my shoulder. "I'm fine," I said, tucking the berry into my pocket. I need to go home." "Your apartment?" "No," I said, looking back at the dark mouth of the basement one last time. "A place with windows, a place where the doors don't stay open." As we walked away from the site, the wind picked up, blowing a stray piece of parchment across the gravel. It was a page from a ledger, old and yellowed. I didn't stop to pick it up. I didn't need to see the names. I knew that somewhere in a room that only appears at night, a chair was still empty. A pen was still waiting. But as long as the birds sang, the door would remain shut. We climbed out of the pit and into the cool evening air. The city was loud, chaotic, and beautiful, and for the first time in 100 years, I wasn't hungry. I walked into the light of a street lamp, and my shadow followed me, short, dark, and perfectly ordinary. Behind us, the Blackwood Tower stood silent, a hollow shell of a dream that had almost swallowed the world. I felt the berry in my pocket, a tiny weight of reality against my thigh. The room was gone, but as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, I saw a flicker in the window of a nearby brownstone, just a flash of velvet, just the scent of a rose. I didn't turn around. I kept walking toward the noise, toward the mess, toward the end of the story. The city was no longer an interior. It was a world, and I was finally, mercifully, a part of it. The air in the hospital was too thin, too sterile, and far too bright. It lacked the textured weight of the asterisk camera attorney's asterisk. Every time a nurse cracked the door to check my vitals, I flinched, expecting to see the infinite mahogany perspective of the vault stretching out behind her. Instead, there was only the linoleum hallway and the distant, rhythmic squeak of a cleaning cart. Jim stayed for the first few hours, sitting in a plastic chair that looked like it had been molded from the very essence of discomfort. He didn't ask about the sketches. He didn't ask why my fingernails were stained with a black substance that the doctors couldn't identify, a pigment that seemed to absorb the room's fluorescent light rather than reflect it. He just talked about the project, about the structural failures that had plagued the Blackwood site since I'd taken over as head architect. The soil was sour, Alistair, he said, rubbing his face. We kept hitting pockets of, I don't know, old peat, rot. The surveyors said the bedrock was solid, but every time we poured the foundation, it just seemed to drink the concrete, like the ground was thirsty. I looked at my hands. The black ink was fading, sinking into my pores like a secret being kept. It wasn't thirsty, Jim. It was lonely. He gave me a look, that same fragile, pitying look, and stood up. Get some sleep. The police are going to want a statement tomorrow about how you ended up in the sub-basement, but I told them you were just disoriented from the fumes. Don't make me a liar. When he left, the silence rushed back in. It wasn't the heavy, curated silence of the room. It was a jagged, modern quiet, broken by the hum of the heart monitor and the muffled cough of a patient in 402. I reached into the drawer of the bedside table and pulled out the berry. It was shriveled now, a tiny, raisin-like heart of crimson. It shouldn't have been there. If the room was a hallucination, a fugue state brought on by grief and industrial solvents, the berry shouldn't have survived the transition into the waking world. Yet, it felt heavier than it looked. When I rolled it between my thumb and forefinger, I didn't feel fruit. I felt a pulse. I closed my eyes and tried to remember the bird. I tried to remember the way its song had serrated the perfection of the ledger. But as the sedative the nurse had given me began to take hold, the memory started to warp. The bird's wings began to look like the pages of a book. Its beak became a nib. Its song became a series of coordinates. No, I whispered into the dark, it's over. I closed the book. But the room doesn't care about closures. A ledger is only a record of what has already happened. It has no power over what is currently being built. I fell into a dreamless sleep, or so I thought. But at 3:14 a.m., the hour when the veil between the interior and the exterior is at its thinnest, I woke to the sound of a window opening. My hospital room was on the 8th floor. The windows were sealed shut, reinforced with tempered glass to prevent exactly what I was thinking. Yet I felt a draft. It smelled of old paper, dried roses, and the cold, metallic scent of a coming storm. I didn't open my eyes. I knew that if I did, the hospital room would be gone. I would be back in the chair of petrified roses, the pen in my hand, the ink wet and inviting. I could feel the weight of the building pressing down on me, the millions of tons of steel and stone that were my true body. Alistair. The voice wasn't Elia's. It wasn't Sarah's. It was a composite, 1,000 voices speaking in a perfect, terrifying unison. It was the sound of the city itself, the one I had almost finished writing. The keystone is missing, the voices said. The arch is sagging. The people are waking up in their beds, but they are cold. They feel the draft of the world you left behind. They want to come home. I forced my eyes open. The hospital room was still there, but it was wrong. The white tiles of the ceiling were beginning to grain, the plastic turning into polished birch. The television on the wall was flickering, the static forming the faint, ghostly outlines of a library shelf. The heart monitor's beep was slowing down, lengthening into the steady, rhythmic thud of a grandfather clock. I looked at the door. The exit sign was dimming, the red letters bleeding into the wood until they looked like a fresh wound. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My ribs felt like rebar. My skin felt like drywall. "I won't do it," I said, my voice cracking. "I destroyed the ledger." "You closed it," the room corrected. "But a book that is closed can be reopened. A name that is scratched out is still written beneath the scar." I looked at the bedside table. The berry was gone. In its place was a small obsidian pen. I scrambled out of bed, my feet hitting the floor. The linoleum was soft, yielding like moss. I ran for the door and grabbed the handle. It didn't turn. It wasn't a handle anymore. It was a brass carving of a lion's head, its eyes fixed on me with a cold, predatory intelligence. "Let me out," I screamed, pounding on the wood. The wood didn't sound like a door. It sounded like a hollow tree. I turned around, backed against the exit. The hospital room was dissolving. The bed was becoming a chaise long. The IV stand was lengthening into a coat rack. The shadows in the corners were rising, taking on the shapes of men in suits and women in evening gowns, the ghosts of the Blackwood Project, the residents who hadn't yet been born. And there, in the center of the room, stood Elias. He wasn't a collection of geometric angles anymore. He looked human, too human. His skin was the color of vellum, and his eyes were 2 drops of black ink that seemed to leak down his cheeks. He held the ledger. It was charred, the edges curled and blackened from the fire of my rebellion, but it was whole. "You think you can just leave?" Elias asked. His voice was like the rustling of 1,000 blueprints. "You are the architect, Alistair. You didn't just build this place. You are this place. Every hallway you imagined, every secret staircase you drew in the middle of the night. They are parts of your own mind. You can't run away from your own head." "It's a prison," I spat. "It's a sanctuary," Elias shouted, his voice echoing through the changing architecture. "Outside there is cancer, there is car crashes, there is the slow, agonizing rot of time. Here we are eternal, we are archived, we are safe from the sun." He stepped forward, holding out the pen. "The bird is dead, Alistair. I found the tree. I turned it into a desk. I found the bird. I turned it into a paperweight. There is nothing left out there for you but a grave next to Sarah's." I looked at the pen. The obsidian shimmered, reflecting a version of me that looked ancient, a man whose skin was made of dust and whose eyes were windows into an empty room. I reached out, my fingers hovering over the cold stone. "If I finish it," I whispered, "will the screaming stop?" "The screaming is just the sound of the air being displaced," Elias said softly. "Once the vacuum is complete, there will be no air. There will be no sound. Only the perfect, golden silence of the record." I took the pen. It felt right. It felt like the missing piece of my skeleton. Elias opened the ledger to the final page. The line I had scratched through was still there, a jagged black scar across the parchment. But beneath it, the paper was thirsty. It was waiting for the ink. I looked at the name I was supposed to write, my own name, my real name. But as I touched the nib to the paper, I felt a sharp pain in my palm. I pulled back. A drop of red blood fell onto the page, real, bright, biological blood. I looked at my hand. There was a small, jagged puncture wound in the center of my palm. I reached into my pocket, my fingers brushing against something sharp and dry. The berry, it hadn't disappeared. It had dried into a thorn. The pain was a lightning bolt of reality. It broke the spell of the room's geometry. I looked at Elias, and for a moment I didn't see a man or a ghost. I saw a hollow space, a vacuum shaped like a human being, trying to fill itself with the lives of others. "You're not Elias," I said, my voice growing stronger. "Elias was a man who loved buildings. You're just the room, you're the hunger." The room shivered. The walls flickered between the hospital and the library. The lion's head on the door let out a low, metallic growl. "Write the name," the room commanded. I didn't write my name. I reached down and gripped the edge of the page, the final, scarred page of the ledger. "No," I said. I ripped it. The sound was like a bone snapping. Elias let out a sound that wasn't a scream, but a roar of escaping pressure. The ledger began to bleed, not ink but the thick, black ichor of the foundation. It poured over the desk, over the floor, dissolving the petrified roses and the human bone. "What have you done?" Elias wailed, his form beginning to stretch and distort, pulled toward the tear in the paper. "The record, the archive." "The archive is closed," I shouted. I grabbed the obsidian pen and jammed it into the center of the desk, right through the black marble. The stone shattered. The room let out a final, agonizing groan, and the floor beneath me gave way. I wasn't falling this time. I was being spat out. I hit the floor of the hospital room with a bone-jarring thud. The lights flickered and died. The smell of ozone was replaced by the scent of floor wax and old coffee. I lay there for a long time, my chest heaving, my hand clutching the torn piece of parchment. It was just a scrap of old paper now, yellowed and brittle, with a single, jagged black line drawn across it. The door to the room swung open. A nurse ran in, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. "Mr. Thorne, are you all right? We heard a crash." She stopped. She looked at the room. The television had fallen off the wall. The IV stand was bent at an impossible angle, and the bedside table was covered in a fine gray dust. "I'm fine," I said, pushing myself up. My hand was bleeding, a small red smear on the linoleum. I had a bad dream." She helped me back into bed, her hands trembling. She didn't see the scrap of paper tucked under my pillow. She didn't see the way the shadows in the corner of the room seemed to linger a second too long before retreating. When she left, I pulled the paper out. The black line I had drawn was still there, but as I watched, the ink began to move. It crawled across the page like a dying insect, forming letters that I hadn't written. "IT is never truly closed." I crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the trash. The next morning, I checked myself out of the hospital against medical advice. I didn't go back to my apartment. I didn't go back to the Blackwood site. I bought a bus ticket to a town I'd never heard of, a place in the mountains where the trees were thick and the buildings were made of wood that still remembered what it was like to be alive. I spent the next few months working as a carpenter's apprentice. I learned the feel of grain, the way wood breathes and shifts with the seasons. I stayed away from architects. I stayed away from libraries. I lived in a small cabin with windows on every wall, and I never closed the curtains. But the room is patient. It started small. A door that I knew I had locked would be standing slightly ajar when I got home. A hallway in a client's house would seem a few feet longer than it had been the day before. I would be sanding a piece of oak and find a knot that looked like a human eye, staring back at me with a cold, familiar hunger. I tried to ignore it. I focused on the sun, on the rain, on the messy, unpredictable chaos of the world. But then I met the girl. Her name was Clara. She was a painter, someone who saw the world in colors that didn't exist in the room's palette. She had a laugh that sounded like the bird's song, and for the first time since Sarah died, I felt the ice in my chest start to melt. We were sitting on the porch of her studio one evening, watching the sun dip behind the peaks. The sky was a riot of orange, pink, and deep, bruised purple. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she asked, leaning her head on my shoulder. "It is," I said, and I meant it. "Sometimes," she whispered, "I feel like the world is just a painting that hasn't dried yet. Like if I touched the horizon, my finger would come away blue." I stiffened. "Don't touch it, Clara, just look at it." She laughed. "I'm not going anywhere, Alistair. I like it here, in the light." But as the sun disappeared, the shadows began to stretch. They crept across the porch, reaching for us with long, thin fingers, and in the distance I saw it. A house. It wasn't there during the day. It was a Victorian, tall and narrow, with a wraparound porch and a single, flickering light in the attic window. It stood on a hill that should have been empty, its dark silhouette carved out of the twilight. I knew that house. I had drawn it 1,000 times in the sub-basement. It was the house of the first gate. "Clara," I said, my voice low, "go inside." "Why? The fireflies are just starting to come out." "Go inside now." She looked at me, her brow furrowing. "Alistair, you're shaking. What is it?" I didn't answer. I was staring at the house on the hill. The front door was opening. A figure was standing on the porch, a man in a dark suit holding a lantern. He didn't wave, he didn't move. He just stood there waiting. "It followed me," I whispered. "What followed you?" Clara asked, turning to look where I was pointing. She gasped. "Oh, I didn't know anyone lived up there. It's a beautiful house, Alistair. Look at the woodwork. It looks like it's made of roses." The blood drained from my face. She could see it. The room wasn't just my prison anymore. It was expanding. It was learning how to manifest in the real world, using the memories I had left behind like a blueprint. "We have to leave," I said, grabbing her hand. "We have to leave this town tonight." "Alistair, you're hurting me. What are you talking about? It's just a house." "It's not a house," I screamed. "It's a mouth." I pulled her toward the car, but as we reached the driveway, the headlights flickered and died. The air turned cold, the scent of roses suddenly overwhelming, drowning out the smell of pine and damp earth. The gravel beneath our feet began to shift, turning into black marble. "No," I pleaded, looking up at the sky. "Not here, not her." But the stars were already dimming. The mountains were flattening into walls. The horizon was rising, a great wall of mahogany that was folding the world into a box. The man on the porch of the Victorian house began to walk down the hill. He moved with a slow, rhythmic grace, his lantern swinging back and forth. As he got closer, I saw his face. It wasn't Elias, it wasn't me. It was Marcus. He looked exactly as he had the night he died, covered in ash, his eyes wide with a terror that had been frozen into a permanent, glassy stare. But he was moving. He was breathing. He stopped a few feet away from us. He held out a hand, and in his palm lay a piece of charcoal. "The architect is late," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "The guests are arriving. The tables are set, but there are no names on the place cards." He looked at Clara. His gaze was clinical, the way a carpenter looks at a piece of raw lumber. "She would make a fine banister," Marcus whispered. "Or perhaps a music box. Her voice has a lovely resonance." I stepped in front of her, my heart racing. "Leave her alone. This is between me and the room." "There is no between, Alistair," Marcus said, his image flickering like a film reel. "There is only the inside, and you are the only one who can lock the door." He held out the charcoal. "Write her name, Alistair. Write her name in the ledger, and she will never grow old. She will never die. She will be a masterpiece preserved in the dark forever." I looked at Clara. She was frozen, her eyes wide with a horror that she couldn't comprehend. She wasn't seeing Marcus. She was seeing the world dissolve into a library. She was seeing the trees turn into bookshelves. "Alistair," she whispered, her voice trembling, "what's happening to the sky?" I looked up. The sun was gone. In its place was a massive, ornate chandelier, its crystals dripping with the light of 1,000 trapped souls. The transition was almost complete. The town, the mountains, the life I had built, they were all being drafted into the camera attorney's asterisk. I took the charcoal from Marcus's hand. It was cold. It felt like a piece of a dead star. I looked at the black marble floor at my feet. It was a blank canvas. I could write her name. I could save her from the messy, painful reality of the world. I could keep her here in the silence where nothing ever changed. But then I remembered the bird. I remembered the way its song had been a flaw. I remembered the way the berry had tasted, tart, real and fleeting. I looked at Clara. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "Alistair, what are you doing?" I didn't write her name. I knelt down on the black marble and I began to draw. I didn't draw a door. I didn't draw a hallway. I drew a window. But I didn't draw it the way an architect would. I didn't use straight lines or mathematical proportions. I drew it with the messy, frantic energy of a man who was trying to breathe. I drew the frame crooked. I drew the glass cracked. I drew a view of a world that was raining, a world where things broke, where things died, and where things were beautiful because they didn't last. The charcoal screamed as I dragged it across the marble. The room shuddered. The chandelier above us began to swing, the crystals shattering against the mahogany walls. "Stop," Marcus howled, his form dissolving into a cloud of ash. "You are breaking the seal. You are letting the weather in." "Let it in," I shouted, my hands black with charcoal. "Let the rot in, let the end in." The window I had drawn began to glow, not with the golden light of the room, but with a pale, gray, watery light. The smell of rain, real, wet rain, erupted from the marble. I grabbed Clara's hand and pulled her toward the drawing. "Jump," I said. "Alistair, it's just a drawing on the floor." "It's not a drawing, it's an exit. Jump." The room was screaming now, a cacophony of slamming doors and tearing paper. The Victorian house on the hill was collapsing, the wood turning back into soil. The mahogany walls were melting, the grain flowing like a river of ink. We jumped. For a second, there was nothing but the cold and the dark. I felt the weight of the asterisk camera attorneys trying to pull me back, trying to file me away under A for architect. I felt the teeth of the room snapping at my heels. And then we hit the ground. It was hard, it was wet, it was perfect. I opened my eyes. We were lying in the middle of a field, miles away from the town, miles away from the mountains. It was pouring rain. The mud was thick and cold, soaking through my clothes. Clara was beside me, coughing and shivering. She looked at me, her face covered in dirt and tears. "Alistair," she whispered. I looked up at the sky. It was gray, heavy, and beautiful. There was no chandelier. There were no walls. There was only the infinite, messy expanse of the universe. "We're out," I said, my voice breaking. "We're finally out." We sat there in the rain for a long time, holding each other as the world turned around us. The room was gone. The ledger was closed. But as I looked down at my hand, I saw a single black smudge on my palm. It didn't wash away in the rain. It didn't fade. It was a mark, a signature. The room that appears at night doesn't need a door to find you. It doesn't need a ledger to keep you. It just needs a shadow. And as the sun began to rise over the muddy field, I saw our shadows stretching out across the grass, long, dark, and perfectly, terrifyingly deep. The mud was a mercy. It was cold, cloying, and smelled of rotting vegetation and gasoline, the beautiful, stinging sense of a world that was winding down. I ran my fingers through the muck, feeling the grit beneath my fingernails, proving to my nervous system that I was no longer a sketch on vellum. Beside me, Clara was shaking, her breath coming in ragged, hitching gasps that tore at the silence of the open field. "Alistair," she choked out, her voice stripped raw. "The house, the walls, where are we?" I looked around. We were in a fallow construction site on the outskirts of a city I didn't recognize. Rusted rebar poked out of the earth like the ribs of a buried giant, and a silt fence fluttered in the wind, a yellow plastic ribbon marking a boundary that actually meant something. In the distance, the orange hum of sodium vapor streetlights lined a highway. It was ugly. It was industrial. It was the most magnificent thing I had ever seen. "We're away," I said, pulling her to her feet. My legs felt like water, my muscles unaccustomed to the true resistance of gravity. In the room, weight was a suggestion, a matter of shading. Here, every ounce of my body claimed its right to exist. "We have to move. We can't stay near the shadows." She looked at me then, and I saw the fracture in her eyes. The room hadn't taken her body, but it had stolen her context. To her, the world had simply folded in on itself and spat her into a ditch. I reached out to brush a wet strand of hair from her forehead, but she flinched. Not because of me, but because of the movement of my arm. She was watching my shadow. On the mud-slicked ground, my shadow didn't behave. As I reached for her, the dark silhouette on the earth didn't mimic the curve of my elbow. It stayed straight, a sharp, geometric line that looked like a structural column. "Alistair," she whispered, pointing at the ground. "Your hand, it's not moving." I looked down. My physical hand was trembling against the rain, but the shadow hand remained fixed, palm flat against the mud, as if bracing the weight of an invisible ceiling. I pulled my hand back into my chest, tucking it under my arm, but the shadow remained extended for 3 seconds too long before snapping back to my feet with a sickening, elastic jerk. The room hadn't let go. It had just changed its scale. It was no longer a destination, it was a stowaway. "Don't look at it," I commanded, my voice cracking. "Clara, look at the lights, look at the highway. We need to find a place with no corners, a place with constant light." We stumbled toward the road, our boots heavy with the earth's honest weight. Every step felt like a betrayal of the architecture I had spent a lifetime perfecting. I hated the way the highway overpass loomed, a brutalist slab of concrete that offered too much shade. I hated the way the trees leaned over the fence, their branches creating intricate lattices of darkness. To a normal man, a forest is a sanctuary. To the architect of the Blackwood Project, a forest is a blueprint for a ribcage. We reached a 24-hour diner at the edge of the industrial park. It was a cathedral of fluorescent hum and chrome, a sanctuary of artificial brightness that bleached the world of nuance. We burst through the glass doors, the bell chiming a frantic, metallic warning. The waitress behind the counter didn't look up from her napkin folding. She was a woman of 60, her face etched with the kind of lines that Elias would have called structural failures, but which I found achingly beautiful. She was real. She was decaying. "2 coffees," I said, sliding into a middle booth. I chose the center of the room, as far from the wood-paneled walls as possible. Clara sat opposite me, her hands wrapped around herself. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, a 60 hertz pulse that made the diner feel like a heart beating. "Explain it," she said. Her voice was steady now, but it was the steadiness of someone standing on a ledge. "The house on the hill, the man with the charcoal. Alistair, I saw the sky turn into a ceiling. I saw the stars turn into glass. Tell me I'm having a stroke. Tell me it's the paint fumes." I looked down at the table. The laminate was a faux wood grain, a cheap imitation of the mahogany that had nearly swallowed us. I traced the pattern with my finger, terrified that if I pressed too hard, the ink would start to bleed. "I was an architect," I began, the words feeling like stones in my mouth. "But I didn't just build offices and apartments. I built a memory. I tried to build a place where nothing ever ended because I couldn't stand the thought of Sarah being gone. I thought I was creating a monument, but I was just digging a hole." "That man," she whispered, "he called you the architect, he said. He said I would make a fine banister." She shuddered, a violent convulsion that spilled the water glass the waitress had just set down. The water spread across the table in a clear, shimmering pool. For a moment, it reflected the overhead lights, but then the reflection shifted. Instead of the fluorescent tubes, the water showed the image of a chandelier, thousands of crystal droplets, each containing a tiny, screaming face. I slammed my hand down on the water, breaking the surface tension, splashing the sleeve of my coat. "We can't stay here," I said, sliding out of the booth. "We just got here. Alistair, look at yourself. You're covered in mud, your hand is bleeding." "The light isn't enough," I hissed, leaning over the table. "The room isn't a place you go to, Clara, it's a way of seeing. And once it sees you, it starts to translate you. It's translating the diner right now. Look at the menu." She looked. The plastic-covered card, which a moment ago had listed breakfast specials and burgers, was now filled with a dense, cramped script. There were no prices, only measurements. Height of the soul, 58. Depth of the sorrow, 40 fathoms. Materials required for the foyer, 1 heart still beating. Clara dropped the menu as if it were white-hot. "Oh God." "It's expanding," I said. "Every time I look at something, I'm drafting it into the archive. My eyes are the pens, Clara. I'm still the architect, whether I want to be or not. I grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the door. The waitress finally looked up, her eyes narrowing. Hey, you didn't pay for that. She stopped. She looked at the booth where we had been sitting. The vinyl of the seat wasn't red anymore. It was turning into polished leather, the kind used in high-end libraries. The chrome edging of the table was thickening, curling into the shape of a lion's paw. We ran. Outside, the rain had turned into a fine mist, the kind that blurs the edges of the world and makes everything look like a charcoal sketch. I led her toward the highway, my mind racing. If I was the architect, if my perception was the catalyst, then I had to stop perceiving. I had to blind myself to the geometry. Where are we going? Clara cried, her heels clicking rhythmically on the asphalt. Asterisk tap, tap, tap asterisk. The sound of a typewriter recording our progress. To the one place that isn't finished, I said. I knew where it was. It was the site of my greatest failure, the place where the Blackwood project had stalled before it became a nightmare. It was a half-finished parking garage in the center of the city, a skeleton of raw concrete and rusted wire that had been abandoned when the developers went bankrupt. It had no walls, no doors, no finishings. It was a ruin that had never been a building. It was an architectural void. We found a taxi, the driver a silent man who didn't seem to notice that our shadows were stretching across the roof of his car like ink spills. I sat with my eyes squeezed shut, my hands over my ears, trying to unthink the world. I tried to imagine a space with no lines, a world of pure, unformed clay. But even then, my mind began to sculpt the clay, turning it into bricks, into tiles, into a tomb. When the taxi stopped, we were at the base of the concrete husk. It loomed over the street, a jagged tooth of gray against the night sky. Stay close, I told Clara. And whatever you do, don't imagine the finished product. Don't think about what this place could have been. See the cracks, see the rust, see the failure. We climbed the temporary wooden stairs, our footsteps echoing in the hollow belly of the structure. The air was cold and smelled of wet cement. There were no windows to reflect the room, no mahogany to provide a surface for the ledger. We reached the fourth floor, a wide, open expanse of concrete pillars. The city lights flickered in the distance, filtered through the falling rain. Is this it? Clara asked, her voice small. Are we safe here? For now, I said, sitting on a pile of discarded plywood. The room hates a mess. It hates things that are broken and useless. It wants perfection. It wants the final version. As long as we stay in the wreckage, it can't find a foothold. I looked at my hand. The black smudge on my palm was pulsing, a dark heart beating in the center of my lifeline. Alistair, Clara said softly, sitting beside me. She reached out and took my hand, her thumb brushing over the mark. Who was Elias, really? I looked out at the skyline. Elias was the part of me that couldn't let go. He was the part of every architect that wants to play God. We spend our lives trying to create spaces that control how people move, how they feel, how they breathe. We want to build something that lasts forever, but forever is just another word for a cage. But you stopped him, she said. You ripped the page. I ripped the ending, I corrected. But the story is still there. The room is a vacuum, Clara. It's a hunger for form, and I'm the only one who knows the grammar of its appetite. I felt a sudden chill, a localized drop in temperature that had nothing to do with the wind. I looked toward the center of the floor, where a single, lone pillar stood. The concrete was changing. It wasn't turning into marble or mahogany this time. It was turning into paper. The gray surface was bleaching white, becoming smooth and fibrous. Lines began to appear on it, blue horizontal lines, red vertical margins. It was becoming a sheet of drafting paper the size of a monument. And then the scratching began. It was the sound of a pen, a heavy obsidian nib dragging across a thirsty surface. Scree, scree, scree. I stood up, pulling Clara behind me. It's here. But there are no walls, she shrieked. It doesn't need walls anymore, I said, my horror mounting. It's using the blueprint. On the giant pillar of paper, a drawing was manifesting. It was a floor plan of the very level we were standing on, but it was being corrected. The open edges of the parking garage were being closed off with elegant, tall windows. The rough concrete floor was being overlaid with a pattern of black and white tiles, a chessboard for ghosts. And there in the center of the drawing were two small figures, two silhouettes hand in hand. The pen moved with lightning speed, sketching a ceiling over the silhouettes. It drew a heavy, ornate door behind them. It drew a lock. It's finishing the room around us, I whispered. I looked at the floor. The transition was happening in real time. The gray concrete beneath our feet was smoothing out, turning into cold, polished stone. The rain was being pushed back by an invisible barrier, a wall of pure intent that was rising from the edges of the slab. "Alistair, do something," Clara cried, her feet already slipping on the new tile. I looked at the pillar. The drawing was almost complete. The pen was moving toward the silhouettes, preparing to shade them in, to give them the permanent, static life of the archive. I reached into my pocket. My fingers found the thorn, the dried, petrified berry from the tree that was now a desk. I didn't have charcoal. I didn't have ink. I looked at Clara. "I have to change the drawing." "How?" I gripped the thorn in my fist and pressed it into the meat of my forearm. I dragged it down, a jagged, brutal stroke that bypassed the grace of the architect and tapped into the messy, biological truth of the man. The blood welled up, thick, hot, and bright. I ran to the pillar. The room shrieked, a sound like 1,000 windows shattering at once. The air became thick with the scent of old books and formaldehyde. I slammed my bloody arm against the paper pillar. I didn't draw a window. I didn't draw an exit. I drew a flaw. I smeared the red life of my body across the perfect blue lines of the blueprint. I ruined the symmetry. I drowned the door in a crimson tide. I wrote a word across the center of the floor plan, a word that the room couldn't translate. Decay. The pillar of paper erupted into flames. Not the golden fire of a sanctuary, but the hungry, orange fire of a trash heap. The heat was immense, searing my face, singeing my hair. The room roared in agony. The black and white tiles beneath us cracked and buckled, the marble turning back into gray, shattered concrete. The rising walls flickered and vanished, the rain rushing back in to quench the fire. The figure of Marcus appeared for a split second in the center of the flames, his face melting like wax. You are the rot in the foundation," he hissed before dissolving into sparks. The fire died as quickly as it had started, leaving nothing but a blackened, charred stump where the pillar had been. I fell to my knees, clutching my arm. The blood was still flowing, dripping onto the concrete, real blood hitting real stone. Clara knelt beside me, tearing a strip from her shirt to wrap the wound. She didn't say anything. There was nothing left to say. We stayed there until the sun came up. The dawn was gray and dismal, the light of a world that didn't care if we lived or died. It was the most beautiful sunrise I had ever seen. We walked down the stairs, our bodies aching, our minds scarred. We walked out into the city, into the noise of traffic and the smell of smog. I looked at my hand. The black smudge was gone. In its place was a scar, a jagged silver line that marked the spot where the room had tried to sign its name. "Is it over?" Clara asked as we stood on the sidewalk, watching the world wake up. I looked at the buildings around us. I saw the way the shadows fell across the brickwork. I saw the way the windows reflected the sky. I saw the geometry, the intent, the cold, hard logic of the grid. "No," I said softly, "it's never over. The room is always there, waiting for the sun to go down. It's waiting for someone to get tired of the mess. It's waiting for someone to want to be eternal." I took her hand, her warm, living hand. "But today," I said, We're going to find a house that's falling apart. We're going to find a place with a leaky roof and a creaky floor. We're going to find a place that knows how to die. We walked away, two small figures in a city of stone. And as the sun climbed higher, our shadows followed us, short, messy, and perfectly, beautifully human. But as we turned the corner, I glanced back at the abandoned parking garage. In the very top window, the one that wasn't there, a single golden light flickered. And then the curtain was drawn. The taxi ride away from the skeletal garage was a blur of wet asphalt and the rhythmic, grounding hum of tires on a road that didn't care about its own proportions. Clara sat as far from me as the cab's interior would allow, her head pressed against the cold glass of the window. She wasn't looking for monsters anymore. She was looking for the mundane. She watched a plastic bag caught in a chain-link fence, a discarded coffee cup tumbling in the gutter, a man in a neon vest smoking a cigarette beside a steam grate. These were the anchors. I looked at my own lap. My arm throbbed where I had carved the word into the blueprint of the room's intrusion. The makeshift bandage Clara had fashioned was already blooming with a dark, rusted red. It hurt. It was a sharp, stinging, localized pain that didn't resonate with the hollow ache of the Blackwood Project. It was a biological protest, and I welcomed it. "Where are we actually going, Alistair?" she asked. Her voice was thin, like paper stretched too tight. "You said a house that knows how to die. Do you have a map for that, or are we just driving until the gas runs out?" "I know a place," I said. My voice sounded like it was coming from a long way off. "My grandfather's cottage. It's on the coast, 3 hours north. It hasn't been touched in a decade. The salt air eats the nails. The wood rots. The foundations shift with the tides. It is the antithesis of everything I tried to build." She turned her head slightly, her eyes catching the passing streetlights. "And will it stay that way? Or will you start improving it the moment you fall asleep?" The question hung in the air, heavy and jagged. I didn't have an answer that would comfort her. The architect wasn't a mask I could peel off. It was the shape of my soul. I looked at the driver's rearview mirror, and for a split second, I didn't see a middle-aged man in a flannel shirt. I saw a void in the shape of a man, a silhouette waiting to be filled with ink. I blinked, and the driver was back, swearing under his breath at a red light. "I won't draw anymore," I whispered. "I'll burn the pens. I'll break my fingers if I have to." "You already tried that with your arm," she said, gesturing to the blood-soaked fabric. "The room didn't care about your blood. It just used it as a different kind of pigment." She was right. The room was a parasite of intent. It didn't matter if I used charcoal or blood or the very marrow of my bones. If I sought to impose order on the chaos, the room would provide the architecture for that order. To defeat it, I had to learn to live in the wreckage. I had to become a connoisseur of the unfinished. We reached the coastal town as the morning sun began to lose its battle with a thick Atlantic fog. The air here was different, heavy with salt and the smell of decaying kelp. It was a messy, organic smell. The cottage sat on a bluff overlooking a gray, churning sea. It was a small, saltbox structure, the shingles warped and silvered by years of neglect. The porch sagged to the left, and a shutter hung by a single, rusted hinge, banging rhythmically against the siding in the wind. Clack, clack, clack. It was perfect. I paid the driver with the last of the cash in my wallet, wet, crumpled bills that he took with a look of profound suspicion. As the cab pulled away, disappearing into the mist, the silence of the coast rushed in to fill the void. It wasn't the oppressive, curated silence of the room. It was a noisy silence, the cry of gulls, the crash of waves, the whistle of wind through the cracks in the window frames. Clara stood at the edge of the bluff, her hair whipping around her face. She looked like a ghost herself, pale and translucent against the gray sky. "Is this it?" she asked. "This is it," I said. I walked to the front door. The lock was seized with rust, but the wood around the frame was so soft with dry rot that a firm shoulder was all it took. The door gave way with a splintering groan, admitting us to a room that smelled of damp wool and old newsprint. Inside, the dust lay thick on every surface. It wasn't the pristine, white dust of a construction site. It was the gray, furry dust of time. There were cobwebs in the corners, intricate and sagging, filled with the husks of long-dead flies. I walked to the center of the living room and looked up. A water stain bloomed across the ceiling like a map of a forgotten continent. "Don't fix it," Clara said, her voice sharp. She was standing in the doorway, watching me. "Don't even think about a bucket, let it leak." "I won't," I promised. I sat down on a moth-eaten sofa, the springs groaning beneath me. My body felt like it was finally catching up to the trauma of the last 48 hours. The adrenaline was receding, leaving behind a cold, hollow exhaustion. I closed my eyes, but the moment I did, the darkness behind my eyelids began to organize itself. Lines appeared. Perspectives shifted. A vanishing point formed in the center of my skull, pulling my thoughts toward a new, impossible horizon. I snapped my eyes open, gasping. "Alistair." "I can't close my eyes," I whispered. "If I close them, I start to draft. I can feel the room waiting behind my retinas. It's like a cataract of the imagination." Clara walked over and sat on the floor in front of me. She took my hands in hers. Her skin was cold, but her grip was firm. "Then don't close them. Look at me. Look at the stain on the ceiling. Look at the broken shutter." We sat like that for hours as the light shifted from gray to a bruised purple. We didn't talk. Conversation required a structure, a beginning, middle, and end, and I was terrified of building anything, even a sentence. As the sun went down, the shadows began to lengthen. This was the dangerous time. This was when the room usually made its entrance, sliding into the world through the gaps between the light. I watched the shadow of the sofa stretch across the floorboards. I watched it intently, waiting for it to stiffen, for it to turn into a geometric column. But the shadow remained soft. It followed the undulations of the warped floor. It was a messy, imperfect shadow. "It's not happening," Clara whispered, as if speaking too loudly would alert the architecture to our presence. "Not yet," I said. But then I heard it. A sound that didn't belong to the wind or the sea. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was coming from the kitchen. I stood up, my heart hammering against my ribs. Clara followed me, clutching the hem of my coat. We walked into the small, galley kitchen. The linoleum was peeling, revealing the dark, damp wood beneath. On the small wooden table sat a single object that hadn't been there when we arrived. It was a sketchbook. It was bound in black leather, the same leather as the ledger. It was pristine, untouched by the dust or the damp of the cottage, and beside it lay a single piece of charcoal, sharpened to a lethal point. The scratching wasn't coming from a pen this time. It was coming from the book itself. The pages were turning, flipping one by one as if caught in a ghost wind, and on each page a drawing was appearing. It wasn't a room, it wasn't a building. It was Clara. The first page showed her as she was now, haggard, terrified, her hair a mess. But as the pages flipped faster, the drawings changed. They became more refined. The lines became smoother. The flaws in her face, the slight asymmetry of her eyes, the scar on her chin from a childhood fall, the way her lip curled when she was nervous, were being edited out. The room wasn't trying to build a house around us anymore. It was trying to rebuild asterisk her asterisk. "No," I breathed. The drawings were becoming more and more abstract. Her human form was being translated into architectural elements. Her spine became a fluted column. Her ribcage became a vaulted ceiling. Her eyes became clear-story windows, letting in a cold, sterile light. "Alistair, what is that?" Clara asked, leaning forward. "Don't look," I yelled, shoving her back. "It's a mirror. It's the room's version of you." I grabbed the sketchbook, intending to throw it into the sea, but the moment my fingers touched the leather, the room around us shuddered. The walls of the cottage didn't change into mahogany this time. They began to turn into paper. The wood grain bleached white. The smell of salt was replaced by the cloying, chemical scent of bleach and ink. The windows didn't reflect the ocean anymore. They became frames for a white, endless void. The room wasn't a destination. It was a virus of the mind, and I was the carrier. By bringing Clara here, by trying to protect her, I had simply given the room a new set of materials to work with. "I can't stop it," I groaned, falling to my knees as the floor beneath me became a giant, ruled sheet of drafting vellum. Every time I try to fight it, I'm just giving it more energy. I'm the architect. My resistance is just another form of design. Clara looked around the dissolving kitchen, her face pale, but she didn't scream. She didn't run. She looked at the sketchbook in my hand, and then she looked at me. "You're the architect, Alistair," she said, her voice surprisingly calm. "But you're not the only one who can draw." She snatched the charcoal from the table before I could stop her. "Clara, don't. If you use that, it'll take you. It'll turn you into a part of the house." "It's already doing that," she said, pointing to her own hands. The tips of her fingers were beginning to turn white, the skin becoming smooth and translucent, like high-quality bond paper. "If I'm going to be a banister, I might as well choose the wood." She didn't draw a line. She didn't draw a shape. She pressed the charcoal against the paper wall and began to scribble. She moved her hand in wild, erratic circles, ignoring the blue lines of the grid. She drew a sun with too many rays. She drew a cat that looked like a cloud. She drew a house that looked like a lopsided heart. She was drawing like a child. The room recoiled. The elegant blue lines of the floor plan began to stutter and vibrate. The white paper walls were suddenly covered in her chaotic, messy scribbles. The room didn't know how to translate a cat cloud. It didn't have a blueprint for a lopsided heart. "Keep going," I shouted, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "Don't think about the perspective. Don't think about the scale. Just make a mess." I grabbed a piece of charred wood from the fireplace and joined her. I didn't draw a window. I drew a jagged hole. I didn't draw a floor. I drew a sea of ink. We attacked the white walls of the room with a frenzy of purposeless creation. We weren't building. We were defacing. The room roared. Not a human roar, but the sound of 1,000 buildings collapsing at once. The paper walls began to tear. The ink ran and smeared, creating a gray, chaotic soup that swallowed the blue lines of the grid. The void outside the windows began to flicker, and for a moment, I saw the ocean again. It was dark and violent and beautiful. "It's breaking," Clara yelled, her voice barely audible over the sound of the architectural collapse. The sketchbook on the table burst into flames, the pages curling into black ash. The charcoal in my hand disintegrated. With a final deafening crack, the paper world shattered. We were back in the kitchen. The linoleum was back peeling, ugly and real. The smell of damp and salt rushed back in. The wind slammed the broken shutter against the siding. Clack, clack, clack. I collapsed against the sink, my lungs burning. Clara slumped to the floor, her hands covered in charcoal and soot. She looked at her fingers. The paper-white skin was gone. They were red and raw and dirty. She started to laugh. It was a jagged, hysterical sound, but it was the most human thing I had ever heard. We made a mess," she gasped, wiping tears from her eyes, leaving black streaks across her cheeks. "The greatest mess in history," I said, sliding down the wall to sit beside her. We stayed there in the dark, in the ruins of a cottage that was slowly being reclaimed by the sea. We didn't try to fix the door. We didn't try to clean the soot from the walls. We sat in the middle of our failure, and for the first time in years, I wasn't afraid of the dark. But as the night wore on, I looked at the wall where Clara had drawn her lopsided heart. The scribbles were still there, but they were changing. The messy, charcoal lines were beginning to straighten. The jagged edges were smoothing out. The cat cloud was being refined, its tail becoming a perfect, golden ratio spiral. The room wasn't gone. It was just learning. It was incorporating the mess into the design. It was finding a way to make the chaos symmetrical. I looked at the scar on my arm. It was glowing with a faint blue light, the color of a blueprint. The room that appears at night doesn't want your body. It doesn't even want your soul. It wants your imagination. And as I sat there in the dark, I realized with a cold, hollow dread that I was already thinking about how to fix the roof. I was already imagining the perfect angle for the new rafters. I was already drafting the next room. "Alistair," Clara whispered, sensing the change in me. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was too busy calculating the load-bearing capacity of the silence. Outside, the ocean continued to beat against the bluff, trying to tear the house down. But inside, in the dark, the architect was already picking up the pen. The room was no longer a place. It was the only thing left. And the final part of the project was about to begin. The silence of the cottage was no longer the silence of decay. It was the expectant hush of a blank canvas. I could feel the geometry of the air thickening around us, settling into right angles that defied the sagging reality of the wooden salt box. My breath hitched in my throat, each exhale feeling like a measurement, each heartbeat a rhythmic tap of a hammer against a phantom nail. "Alistair, look at me," Clara said. Her voice was a jagged tear in the fabric of the becoming. She reached out, her fingers stained with charcoal and grit, and grabbed the lapels of my coat. "Stop thinking. Stop calculating. Look at the dirt under my fingernails. Look at the way my hair is knotting. It's ugly, Alistair. It's glorious, and it's falling apart. Focus on the rock." I truly tried. I stared at a water stain on the floorboards, trying to see it as a random accident of fluid dynamics and gravity. But my mind, the architect's mind, betrayed me. I saw the tension of the surface, the way the moisture followed the grain of the cedar, the perfect elliptical curve of the outer ring where the sediment had settled. It was a masterpiece of unintended design, and the moment I recognized its beauty, the room claimed it. The stain began to glow with a faint, bioluminescent blue. The wood grain beneath it straightened, the warped board snapping back into a level plane with a sound like a pistol shot. "It's not stopping," I whispered, my voice cracking. "It's not just the pens anymore, Clara. It's the observation. To look at something is to organize it. To understand it is to build it." I stood up, my knees popping, a biological imperfection that felt like a sin in this sharpening space. I walked toward the window, my boots clicking on floorboards that were no longer soft with rot but hard as polished obsidian. Outside, the Atlantic fog was being partitioned. The mist wasn't swirling anymore. It was hanging in rectangular blocks, illuminated from within by that cold, sourceless light. The waves hitting the bluff were losing their spray, the chaotic foam freezing into crystalline fractals that shattered with a musical, mathematical chime. "We have to leave," I said, though I knew there was nowhere left to go. The city was a grid. The coast was becoming a blueprint. The world was being edited, one messy hectare at a time. "No," Clara said, standing her ground. She looked around the kitchen. The lopsided heart she had drawn on the wall was now a perfect, pulsing anatomical diagram, its ventricles mapped with surgical precision. "If we run, we're just moving through its hallways. We're the blood in the veins of this thing. We have to stop being useful." "How?" I cried out, spinning to face her. "I can't stop my brain. I see the golden ratio in the curve of your collarbone. I see the Fibonacci sequence in the way the dust settles. I am the infection, Clara. I am the one drawing the lines." I gripped my head, my fingers digging into my scalp. The silver scar on my hand was burning now, a white-hot wire under the skin. It wasn't just a mark. It was a compass needle, always pointing toward the center of the room. "Then give it what it wants," she said. Her expression shifted from terror to a grim, terrifying resolve. "It wants the final project. It wants the ultimate structure. Give it to it, but give it all of it. Don't hold back the ghosts. Don't hide the bodies in the walls. If you're going to build the room, Alistair, build the one that can't hold itself up." She walked over to the kitchen counter. It was now a slab of seamless white marble, cold enough to frost the air. She picked up a shard of the broken sketchbook, a piece of the cover that hadn't fully burned. It was heavy, like a piece of lead. "Draw the end," she commanded. "Not the eternal, not the perfect. Draw the collapse. Use the logic of the room to prove its own impossibility. You're an architect, find the structural flaw in infinity." I looked at her, and for a moment the architect's cold, calculating gaze wavered. I saw the woman who had followed a madman into the dark, not out of a desire for perfection, but out of a messy, irrational human love. That love was the only thing the room couldn't quantify. It was the X in the equation that always resulted in an irrational number. I took the shard from her. It felt like holding a piece of the night sky. I didn't go to the walls. I went to the floor, to the center of the kitchen where the blue light was strongest. I knelt down. The floor was so translucent now I could see the foundations of the house, except they weren't stone and timber anymore. They were pillars of light sinking deep into the earth, anchoring the cottage to the very conceptual core of the world. I placed the shard against the floor. "I'm sorry," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I was talking to Clara or the world or the room itself. I began to draw. I didn't draw a room. I didn't draw a house. I drew a paradox. I used the room's own language, the perfect lines, the flawless angles, to create a Penrose stare, a Mobius strip of architectural intent. I drafted a space where every door led to its own threshold, where every ceiling was a floor that supported nothing. I poured every ounce of my training, every nightmare of the Blackwood Project, every failed dream of the human hive into the lines. I drew a space that was entirely self-referential, a closed loop of logic that left no room for an inhabitant. I drew a room that was so perfect it excluded the possibility of existence. As the lines took shape, the cottage began to scream. It wasn't the sound of wind or wood. It was a high-frequency vibration that set my teeth on edge and made the marrow in my bones ache. The walls began to fold in on themselves, not like paper, but like space itself was being tucked into a pocket. The kitchen counter elongated, stretching into a thin ribbon of marble that spiraled toward the ceiling. The windows narrowed into slits, then into points of light, then into nothing. "Alistair," Clara's voice was fading, sounding like it was coming from the bottom of a deep well. I looked up. She was standing on a sliver of floor that was rapidly shrinking. Around her, the room was devouring itself, the perfect angles clashing and canceling each other out. The perfect architecture was a house of cards, and I had just pulled the bottom one. "Hold on," I lunged for her, but the distance between us was no longer a matter of feet. It was a matter of geometry. The space was stretching, expanding and contracting with the rhythm of a dying lung. The room was trying to compensate. It was trying to fix the paradox I had introduced. It began to generate more rooms, thousands of them, stacked like cells in a hive, trying to find a configuration that would allow the paradox to resolve. I saw ballrooms of glass, libraries of bone, hallways that stretched for centuries. I saw every room I had ever dreamed of, every space I had ever wanted to occupy, flashing by in a strobe light blur of impossible beauty. But none of them could hold. The flaw was at the center. The architect had turned traitor. I felt a hand grab mine. It was cold, but it had a pulse. "Don't let go," Clara gasped. She was blurred, her form flickering between a woman and a statue, her skin turning to marble and then back to flesh in the space of a heartbeat. "I've got you," I roared, pulling her toward me. We were at the center of the vortex, the point where the paradox was most intense. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and old paper. The blue light was blinding, a roar of pure information that threatened to dissolve my mind. I closed my eyes. I didn't try to see the lines anymore. I didn't try to understand the space. I focused on the weight of her hand, the roughness of her palm, the heat of her breath. I focused on the mess. Break, I thought, just break. The world exploded. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but a sound of release. It was the sound of a held breath finally being let out. The cold marble vanished. The blue light winked out. The impossible hallways collapsed into a single, violent point of singularity, and then nothing. I hit something hard and wet. I gasped, my lungs filling with air that tasted of salt and rot and actual wonderful oxygen. I opened my eyes and saw a gray sky. Rain was falling, cold, stinging, disorganized rain. I was lying on the bluff. The cottage was gone. In its place was a scorched patch of earth, a rectangular scar where the grass had been burned away. A few blackened timbers remained, smoking in the rain, and a heap of shattered shingles lay scattered like the scales of a dead dragon. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. A few feet away, Clara was curled in a ball, her chest heaving. She was covered in soot and mud, her clothes torn, her hair a matted disaster. She looked beautiful. I crawled over to her, my hands shaking. I touched her shoulder and she flinched, then looked up. Her eyes were bloodshot, but they were her eyes, brown, flecked with green, and entirely perfectly human. "Is it?" she started, but she couldn't finish the sentence. I looked around. The fog was back, but it was just fog. The ocean was churning, but it was just water. The world was messy. The world was broken. The world was dying. "It's gone," I said. The paradox, it couldn't contain it, the room. It folded. We sat there for a long time, two wreckage-strewn survivors on the edge of a cold sea. The rain washed the charcoal from our skin, turning the puddles around us into swirls of gray and black. I looked at my hand. The silver scar was still there, but it was dim. It was just a scar now, a memory of a wound, not the wound itself. "We can't go back," Clara said after a while. "To the city, to the life we had. It'll be looking for us, or you'll start seeing it again in the shadows of the skyscrapers." "I know," I said. I looked at the charred remains of the cottage. Among the debris, something caught my eye. I stood up, my legs wobbly, and walked toward the center of the ruin. There, sitting atop a pile of ash, was a single, unburnt object. It was a brick, a common red clay brick chipped at the corners, stained with moss and completely ordinary. It was heavy and solid and real. It didn't glow. It didn't pulse. It just sat there being a brick. I picked it up. It felt like a holy relic. "We'll go north," I said, turning back to Clara. "Further north, where the maps get fuzzy, where the roads aren't paved. We'll find a place where the trees grow over the houses and the earth swallows the fences. We'll live in a place that doesn't want to be anything but what it is." She stood up, leaning on me for support. "And the architect." I looked at the brick in my hand. I thought about the lines, the angles, the terrible, beautiful logic of the room. It was still there, tucked away in a dark corner of my mind, a ghost waiting for a seance. I knew I would never truly be free of it. Every time I looked at a horizon, I would see the vanishing point. Every time I looked at a wall, I would see the blueprint. "The architect is retired," I said. "From now on, I'm just a man with a brick." We started walking away from the bluff, away from the scar and the earth. We didn't look back. We didn't have a plan. We didn't have a map. But as we reached the tree line, I felt a familiar prickle at the back of my neck. I stopped and glanced over my shoulder. The mist was thick, but for a second the wind caught it, tearing a hole in the gray curtain. There, in the middle of the empty bluff where the cottage had stood, a door appeared. It was a beautiful door. It was made of solid mahogany with a brass handle that shone like a fallen star. It stood alone in the grass, unattached to any wall, a threshold to nowhere. As I watched, the handle turned. The door didn't open into the ruin. It opened into a hallway of white marble and golden light, a hallway that stretched on forever, perfect and pristine and waiting. A figure stepped out of the light. It was me. Not the man in the rain, covered in mud and failure. It was the architect. He was wearing a suit of sharp charcoal gray. His hair was perfectly combed. His hands were clean. He held a silver pen in one hand and a set of blueprints in the other. He looked at me across the distance of the bluff. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He simply nodded, a professional acknowledgement of a job well done. Then he stepped back into the hallway and closed the door. The door vanished. The mist swallowed the bluff. "Alistair," Clara called out from the trees, "are you coming?" I looked at the empty space where the door had been. I looked at the brick in my hand. "Yes," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I'm coming." I dropped the brick. It thudded into the soft, wet earth, a messy, imperfect sound. I turned and walked into the woods, following the woman I loved into a world that was falling apart. And behind us, the night began to fall, and the shadows began to stretch. And somewhere in a place that wasn't a place, the room began to prepare for its next guest. The blueprints were already drawn. The ink was already wet. All it needed was someone to walk through the door. All it needed was someone who wanted to be eternal. The woods were not a sanctuary. They were a stay of execution. We walked until the salt spray was replaced by the scent of damp pine and the suffocating sweetness of mulch. Every step felt like a betrayal of the grid, a deliberate stumble into the haphazard geometry of nature. Clara led the way, her shoulders hunched against a wind that seemed to follow us, a draft that didn't come from the ocean but from the gaps between the trees, gaps that looked increasingly like doorways. I kept my head down. I focused on her boots, the way the leather was cracked and caked with mud. I tried to find the ugliness in it, the beautiful, entropic failure of man-made things. But even there, my eyes betrayed me. I saw the stress fractures in the hide as structural weaknesses. I saw the pattern of the mud as a topographic map. The architect was not gone. He was merely crouching in the cellar of my consciousness, waiting for me to look too closely at a leaf so he could explain the fractals. "We need to find a town," Clara said, her voice cutting through the rhythmic crunch of our footsteps. "A real town, somewhere with peeling paint and crooked streetlights, somewhere where the people are tired and the buildings are old and nobody has a plan." "A place with ghosts," I murmured. "The room hates ghosts. They're too unpredictable. They don't fit the floor plan." We found a road, a narrow two-lane strip of asphalt that the forest was slowly digesting. The yellow lines were faded, broken into Morse code by the roots pushing up from beneath. It was a relief. The road was failing. It was a testament to the victory of time over design. We followed it for hours, the gray light of the afternoon deepening into a bruised purple. As the sun dipped below the jagged horizon of the tree line, the dread returned. It wasn't the fear of predators or the cold. It was the fear of the transition. The room appeared at night. It was a nocturnal predator that fed on the exhaustion of the mind. "There," Clara pointed. Ahead, a cluster of lights flickered through the haze. It wasn't the sterile, blue-white glow of the room's internal sun. These were warm, orange, and inconsistent. They belonged to a gas station that looked like it had been built in a fever dream of the 1950s and forgotten shortly thereafter. A neon sign, half dark, hummed with a low-frequency buzz that sounded like a dying insect. "Motel Asterisk," it promised, though the M flickered with a rhythmic uncertainty. We reached the gravel lot, our feet crunching on stones that were blissfully irregular. The office was a cramped box of wood and glass, smelling of stale coffee and cheap tobacco. Behind the counter sat a man whose face was a masterpiece of sagging skin and deep-set wrinkles. He didn't look up from his crossword puzzle when we entered. "One room," I said, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. "2 beds." The man grunted, sliding a ledger toward me. It was a physical book, the edges frayed, the lines hand-drawn in ink that had bled into the paper. I stared at it, a wave of nausea rolling over me. It was a grid, a simple, primitive grid, but a grid nonetheless. My hand trembled as I took the tethered pen. I signed a fake name. The ink felt heavy like lead. "Room 4, the man said, tossing a heavy brass key onto the counter. It wasn't a key card. It was a jagged piece of metal, unique and flawed. I gripped it so hard the teeth bit into my palm. Room 4 was a sanctuary of disappointment. The wallpaper was a floral pattern of faded roses that didn't quite line up at the seams. The carpet was a dull brown, stained by decades of spilled drinks and tracked-in dirt. The air was thick with the scent of lemon polish and dust. Clara went straight to the window and pulled the heavy, velvet curtains shut. She checked the lock on the door, a simple deadbolt, and then turned to me. "Don't look at the corners, Alistair," she whispered. "Don't measure the ceiling." "I'm trying," I said, sitting on the edge of the bed. The springs groaned, a discordant, wonderful sound. But it's like a hum in the back of my head. The architect, he's still drafting. He's looking at the way the light from the bedside lamp hits the wall. He's calculating the lumen output. He's trying to optimize the shadows. "Then we distract him," she said. She sat beside me and took my hand. Her skin was warm, a chaotic heat that defied the cold precision of the blueprints. "Tell me something boring. Tell me about the worst building you ever saw. Not the most dangerous, just the ugliest. The one that made no sense." I closed my eyes, trying to summon a memory that wasn't tainted by the room. "There was a shopping mall in the suburbs of Ohio," I began, the words coming slowly. "It was built in the 70s. It had these brutalist concrete pillars that served no purpose. They didn't support the roof. They were just there to look modern. The floors were covered in this orange tile that made everyone look jaundiced. There was a fountain in the center that never worked, just a concrete pit filled with pennies and gum wrappers." Clara leaned her head on my shoulder. "Keep going, describe the fountain." "It was octagonal," I said, and immediately winced. "Octagonal, 8 sides, 45-degree angles," the architect stirred. "No, it wasn't a perfect octagon, it was lopsided. One side was longer than the others. The concrete was pitted, full of air bubbles. It was a mess, Clara, a beautiful, stupid mess." I felt her relax against me. For a few minutes, we sat in the dim light of the motel room, shielded by the imperfections of the world. I allowed myself to believe we were safe. I allowed myself to think that the room was a localized phenomenon, tied to the bluff, tied to the cottage, tied to the Blackwood project. But then the hum in the neon sign outside changed. It lost its erratic flicker. The buzzing smoothed out into a pure, resonant tone, a perfect B-flat. I stiffened. Clara felt it too. She lifted her head, her eyes wide. "Alistair." "Don't look," I said, but it was too late. The shadows in the corner of the room weren't behaving. The light from the bedside lamp was being pulled, stretched toward the right angles of the walls. The faded roses on the wallpaper began to shift. The petals straightened. The stems aligned. The chaotic floral pattern was organizing itself into a geometric lattice of interlocking hexagons. The stain on the carpet, the one I had been using as an anchor of reality, began to glow. The brown fibers were turning white, then translucent, then crystalline. "It's not the place," I whispered, a cold realization dawning on me. It was never the place. The room wasn't a location we had stumbled upon. It wasn't a haunt or a curse. It was an evolutionary step. It was the inevitable conclusion of the human mind's obsession with order. We had spent millennia trying to tame the wilderness, trying to build walls against the dark, trying to categorize the stars. We had wanted a world we could understand, a world we could control. The room was simply the world finally agreeing with us. It was the ultimate architecture, and it didn't need a bluff in Maine. It needed an observer. It needed a mind capable of perceiving the lines. "The architect," I said, looking at my hands. The silver scar was pulsing now, a steady, rhythmic beacon. "He's not a ghost. He's the future. He's what happens when the imagination stops dreaming and starts calculating." The motel room was dissolving. The heavy velvet curtains were being replaced by sheets of seamless, frosted glass. The wooden door was melting into a slab of brushed steel. The air grew cold and sterile, filtered through vents that didn't exist seconds ago. Clara stood up, backing away from the bed. "We have to go now." She grabbed the brass key from the nightstand and lunged for the door. She grabbed the handle. It was still steel, still cold, and wrenched it open. But she didn't step out onto the gravel lot of the motel. She stepped into a hallway. It was a hallway I knew. It was the hallway from the Blackwood Project. It was the hallway from my dreams. It was the hallway that stretched for miles, lined with identical doors, lit by a sourceless blue light that cast no shadows. Clara froze on the threshold. She looked back at me, her face pale. Alistair, the road, the gas station, it's all gone. I stood up and walked to her side. I looked past her into the infinite corridor. The air was silent, save for the faint, distant sound of a drafting pen scratching against vellum. "It's not gone," I said, my voice hollow. "It's just been optimized. The gas station was inefficient. The road was decaying. The room simply removed the waste." I looked back into the motel room. It was gone too. We were standing in a vestibule, a transition space. The bed, the lamp, the ugly wallpaper, they had been processed, their atoms rearranged into the sleek, functional surfaces of the room. We were inside the project now, the final project. "We can't stay here," Clara said, her voice trembling. "We have to find a way out. There has to be an exit. Every building has an exit." "Not this one," I said. "This isn't a building, it's a thought. How do you exit a thought?" She didn't answer. She grabbed my hand and started running. We ran down the hallway, our footsteps echoing with a mechanical precision. Every door we passed was the same. Every light fixture was identical. There were no landmarks, no signs of wear, no dust. It was a world without friction. As we ran, the hallway began to change. It didn't just go forward, it started to curve. Not a natural curve, but a series of micro-adjustments that felt like we were being steered. The walls began to lean inward, the ceiling lowering until we had to hunch over. Then, abruptly, the space exploded upward, opening into a cathedral-like atrium of glass and light. In the center of the atrium stood a desk. It was a massive slab of black obsidian, polished to a mirror finish. On the desk sat a single piece of paper and a silver pen. I stopped. I couldn't help it. The sight of the desk pulled at something deep inside me, a primal urge to sit, to work, to create. "Don't look at it," Clara hissed, pulling on my arm. "Keep moving." But I couldn't move. I was staring at the paper. It wasn't blank, it was a map. It was a map of the world, but it was being rewritten. I watched as the coastlines were straightened. I watched as the mountain ranges were leveled into terraces. I watched as the chaotic clusters of cities were reorganized into perfect, concentric circles. And at the center of the map, there was a small, blinking dot. "You are here." "It's not just the house," I whispered. "It's everything. The room is expanding. It's using me to redraw the world." "No," Clara said, her voice sharp. She stepped between me and the desk. "It's using your asterisk fear asterisk. It's using your need for control. You're not the architect, Alistair. You're the pencil, and pencils can be broken." She reached out and grabbed the silver pen. The moment her fingers touched the metal, the atrium shuddered. The blue light flared into a blinding white. The glass walls groaned, the sound of thousands of tons of pressure being applied to a single point. "Clara, put it down," I yelled. "I'm going to finish it," she said, her teeth clenched. Her hand was shaking, the silver pen glowing with a fierce, angry light. "I'm going to draw the one thing it can't handle." She pressed the pen to the paper. She didn't draw a line. She didn't draw a shape. She drew a smudge. A messy, chaotic, dark smear of ink that bled across the perfect map. She ground the pen into the paper, tearing the fibers, creating a jagged hole of blackness in the center of the design. She used her other hand to smear the ink further, her fingers staining black, her movements frantic and uncalculated. The room screamed. The sound was a cacophony of breaking glass and grinding stone. The atrium began to tilt. The obsidian desk cracked down the middle, a jagged lightning bolt of a fracture that split the map in two. "It's working," she cried, but the room was fighting back. The floor beneath us began to shift, the tiles sliding like tectonic plates. The walls were rushing toward us, the ceiling dropping like a guillotine. The room was trying to crush the anomaly. It was trying to erase the smudge. I lunged for her, wrapping my arms around her waist as the floor disappeared. We fell. We didn't hit the ground. We fell through a void of white light and mathematical equations. I saw numbers flying past us, variables being canceled out, constants being redefined. I saw the blueprints of my life, the houses I had built, the women I had loved, the mistakes I had made, all of them being stripped of their meaning, reduced to geometry. And then the falling stopped. I was standing in a room. It wasn't a hallway, it wasn't an atrium. It was a small, square room with white walls and a white floor. There were no doors, there were no windows. In the center of the room stood the architect. He looked exactly like me, but he was hollow. His eyes were 2 points of blue light. His skin was the color of vellum. He held the silver pen in his hand, and he was staring at the smudge Clara had made on the map, which was now floating in the air between us. "You have introduced an error," the architect said. His voice didn't come from his mouth, it came from the walls. "The calculation is incomplete. The symmetry is broken." "Good," I said, stepping forward. I felt a strange sense of calm. The fear was gone, replaced by a cold, hard clarity. The symmetry was a lie. The world isn't a building and people aren't inhabitants. We're the weather. We're the rot. We're the thing that makes the building worth having. The architect tilted his head. "The weather is inefficient. The rot is destructive. The project must be completed. The room must be whole." He raised the pen. "The only way to make the room whole," I said, "is to put us in it, but you can't. Because the moment we step inside, the room is no longer perfect. We bring the mess with us. We bring the doubt. We bring the endings." I looked at Clara. She was standing behind me, her hands still stained with black ink. She looked exhausted, terrified, and utterly real. "The final part of the project," I said, turning back to the architect. "You said it was about to begin. What is it?" The architect lowered the pen. The blue light in his eyes flickered. "The final part," he said, "is the occupant. The room requires a consciousness to define its boundaries. Without a witness, the architecture is merely a possibility. It requires a mind to believe in the walls." He held out the pen to me. "Take it, Alistair. Finish the drawing. Define the world. Become the architect, and you will never be afraid of the dark again. You will never have to worry about the rot or the decay or the loss. You will be the master of the lines." I looked at the pen. It was beautiful. It represented everything I had ever wanted: total understanding, total control, total safety. I could fix everything. I could build a world where Clara was safe, where I was whole, where the dark was just a design choice. I reached out my hand. "Alistair," Clara whispered. I stopped. I looked at her. I saw the tear tracks in the soot on her cheeks. I saw the way her hand trembled. I saw the mortality in her eyes. If I took the pen, I would lose her. Not because she would die, but because I would no longer be able to see her as a person. She would become a variable. She would become a feature of the room. I looked at the architect. I looked at the perfect, hollow version of myself. "No," I said. I didn't take the pen. I took Clara's hand. "I'd rather be a ghost in a ruin than a god in a box," I said. The architect's expression didn't change, but the room began to vibrate. The white walls began to crack. The blue light turned a violent, angry red. "The project cannot be abandoned," the walls screamed. "The room is the only thing left." "Then let it be empty," I shouted back. I grabbed the silver pen from the architect's hand. He didn't resist. He didn't even move. He simply watched as I turned the pen on myself. I didn't stab myself. I didn't draw on my skin. I pressed the pen to the silver scar on my arm, the mark of the architect, the compass needle that had been guiding me toward this moment. I didn't draw a line. I drew a circle. I drew a circle around the scar, a boundary that the room couldn't cross. I used the room's own logic against it, creating a localized field of notch room. I defined myself as an exclusion. I drafted a space where the architect had no jurisdiction. The pen shattered in my hand. The white room exploded into a million shards of glass. The architect dissolved into a cloud of ink and light. The red light faded into a deep, velvety blackness. And for the first time in my life, the dark was just the dark. I felt a sudden, violent jolt like a plane hitting turbulence. My stomach turned and my head spun. I squeezed Clara's hand and she squeezed back. And then silence. I opened my eyes. We were sitting in a car. It was an old, beat-up station wagon, the interior smelling of wet dog and stale French fries. The engine was idling, a rough, rhythmic vibration that felt like a heartbeat. Rain was drumming on the roof, a chaotic, disorganized symphony. I looked out the window. We were parked on the shoulder of a highway. Ahead of us, a green sign pointed the way toward a town I had never heard of. Behind us, the road stretched back into the mist. Clara was in the driver's seat. She was staring at the steering wheel, her hands gripping it so hard her knuckles were white. "Alistair," she whispered. I looked at my arm. The silver scar was gone. In its place was a messy, jagged line of red, a normal scar made by a normal wound. It didn't glow, it didn't pulse, it just hurt. "I think we're out," I said. She looked at me, her eyes filling with tears. She reached out and touched my face, her fingers cold and wet. "Are you sure? Is it still there?" I looked around the car. I saw a crumpled fast food bag. I saw a coffee stain on the upholstery. I saw a crack in the windshield that looked like a spider web. "It's everywhere," I said, and for the first time I wasn't afraid. "But it's not finished. It'll never be finished." She put the car in gear and pulled back onto the road. We drove into the rain, into the mess, into the beautiful, unfinished world. We didn't know where we were going. We didn't have a map. We didn't have a plan. But as the sun began to rise, a pale, watery yellow that didn't follow a single right angle, I knew one thing for certain. The room that appears at night was still there, somewhere in the shadows of the world, waiting for the next architect. But it would never have me again. I was no longer the man who built the walls. I was the man who lived in the ruins, and for now, that was more than enough. The windshield wipers hissed against the glass, a rhythmic, imperfect squeak that would have driven the architect to madness. To me, it was the sweetest sound in the world. It was mechanical, prone to failure, and entirely devoid of mathematical grace. Clara kept her eyes fixed on the asphalt, her shoulders hunched as if she expected the road to suddenly straighten into a vector and launch us back into the void. "Where are we?" she asked, her voice cracking. I looked at the dashboard. The clock was blinking 12:00, a universal sign of a system reset. The odometer was a jumble of frozen digits. "Somewhere between the memory of a highway and the reality of one," I said. I reached out and turned the radio dial. Static filled the cabin, thick, chaotic white noise. I kept turning until a faint signal broke through, a late-night DJ in some distant county playing a scratchy recording of a jazz saxophone. The notes were bluesy, sliding off-pitch, defying the staff they were written on. I leaned back and let the music wash over me. "We're in the margin, Clara, the part of the page the room couldn't reach." She didn't relax. She couldn't. The trauma of the geometry was still etched into her retinas. He said it was the final project. He said it was the world agreeing with us. "Alistair, if the room is just human obsession made manifest, then it's not gone. It's just waiting for someone else to think it into existence." "Let it wait," I said. I looked at my hand. The silver pen had left a faint, dark stain on my thumb, a smudge of ink that wouldn't wash away. It was a reminder that I had touched the source and survived. Every architect thinks they're building for eternity, but buildings fall, foundations crack. Even the most perfect thought eventually gets distracted. We drove for hours. The landscape began to solidify, shedding its translucent, crystalline quality. The trees became gnarled and asymmetrical again, their branches heavy with real rain instead of calculated moisture. We passed a diner with a flickering EATS sign. The sign was hanging by a wire, sparking occasionally. It was hideous. It was beautiful. "Stop there," I said. Clara pulled the station wagon into the gravel lot. The crunch of the stones under the tires was a physical relief, a sound of friction and resistance. We sat in the car for a moment, watching the steam rise from the hood. Inside the diner, a waitress was mopping the floor with a bucket of gray water. A lone trucker sat at the counter, hunched over a plate of eggs. "Is it real?" Clara whispered. "Go in and find out," I said. "Order something with too much salt. Complain about the coffee. Be difficult." We stepped out of the car. The air was cold and smelled of wet earth and diesel exhaust. It was a messy, complicated smell. We walked toward the door, but as my hand reached for the handle, I froze. The handle was brass. It was worn thin in the center from decades of human palms. But as I looked at it, the reflection in the metal began to shift. For a split second, the curves of the diner's entryway seemed to tighten. The peeling paint on the doorframe smoothed over, the cracks vanishing as if an invisible hand were applying a fresh coat of digital perfection. I blinked and the image vanished. The cracks returned. The brass remained tarnished. "Alistair?" Clara asked, her hand on my arm. "Just a ghost limb," I lied, the mind playing tricks. But I knew better. The room hadn't been destroyed. It had been rejected. And like any rejected thing, it was stalking the perimeter of my perception, waiting for a moment of weakness, a moment of longing for order. We sat in a vinyl booth that had a tier patched with duct tape. The waitress, a woman named Shirley according to her plastic name tag, brought us menus that were sticky with syrup. "You folks look like you've been through a car wreck," she said, popping a piece of gum. "Or a wedding. Can't tell which is worse for the nerves." "Just a long trip," Clara said. She reached across the table and took my hand. Her grip was tight, a desperate anchor. I looked at the menu, but the words were blurring. My eyes kept drifting to the tiles on the floor. They were square, mostly, but one was slightly crooked. One had a chip in the corner. I found myself wanting to reach down and straighten it. I found myself calculating the exact angle of the tilt, approximately 3 degrees off the northern axis. I forced myself to look away. I looked at Clara instead. "Tell me about your apartment," I said. "The one in the city. Tell me about the things that don't work." She understood immediately. She began to talk, her voice a low hum against the clatter of the kitchen. She told me about the radiator that hissed like a dying snake every morning at 6:00 a.m. She told me about the window that never quite closed, letting in the smell of the bakery downstairs and the sound of the subway. She told me about the stack of books by her bed that was always toppling over because the floor was slanted. As she spoke, the diner felt more solid. The crooked tile became just a tile. The itch in the back of my brain, the urge to optimize, to draw, to correct, began to recede. But then the lights in the diner hummed. It was that same B-flat, pure, resonant. The trucker at the counter froze, his fork halfway to his mouth. Shirley stopped mopping. The entire room seemed to hold its breath. I looked at the window and the rain outside wasn't falling anymore. It was suspended in midair, each drop a perfect, shimmering sphere, arranged in a grid that stretched toward the horizon. "No," I whispered, "not here, not now." The architect's voice echoed, not from the walls this time, but from within my own skull. "The witness defines the boundaries, Alistair. You are still looking. You are still measuring." I grabbed a paper napkin and a dull crayon from a plastic cup on the table. "Alistair, what are you doing?" Clara's voice was frantic. I didn't answer. I began to draw, but I didn't draw a building. I didn't draw a map. I drew a face. It was a crude, ugly sketch of the architect, my own face, but distorted, his eyes leaking ink, his mouth a jagged line of static. I drew over it, scribbling wildly, breaking the crayon, forcing the waxy color outside the lines. I drew a sun that looked like a cracked egg. I drew a house that was falling over, its chimney spewing black smoke that looked like tangled hair. I was fighting a war of aesthetics. If the room was the ultimate expression of order, I would become the ultimate expression of entropy. The humming in the lights grew louder, a piercing whine that threatened to shatter the windows. The suspended raindrops began to vibrate. "Clara, help me," I shouted. "Break something, make a mess." She didn't hesitate. She grabbed the salt shaker and flung it against the wall. It shattered, white crystals spraying across the floor like stars in a dying galaxy. She knocked over her water glass, the liquid soaking into the sugar dispensers. She grabbed a handful of napkins and shredded them, throwing the white confetti into the air. The trucker looked at us as if we were insane, but I didn't care. The grid outside the window began to waver. The raindrops lost their spherical perfection and splashed against the glass. The hum in the lights broke into a flickering buzz. The room was allergic to us. It was a delicate, high-strung system, and we were the virus. Suddenly, the pressure snapped. The diner returned to its dull, greasy reality. Shirley blinked, shaking her head as if waking from a dream. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" she yelled, looking at the salt and water on the floor. "You get out now." We didn't argue. We ran. We scrambled out the door and into the rain, the gravel crunching under our boots. We piled into the station wagon and Clara floored it, the tires spitting rocks as we sped back onto the highway. We didn't talk for a long time. The jazz on the radio had been replaced by a weather report, a chaotic forecast of thunderstorms and shifting winds. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. "He's not going to stop, is he?" Clara asked, her hands shaking on the wheel. "As long as you're alive, as long as you can see the lines, he's going to keep trying to pull you back in." "I know," I said. I looked at the silver scar, or where it used to be. The skin was red and angry, a permanent mark of the struggle. But he can only get in if I let the world become a blueprint, if I stop seeing the people and only see the structures. I looked at the back seat of the car. There was a camera back there, an old Nikon I hadn't noticed before. I reached back and grabbed it. It was heavy, mechanical, and full of film. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to document the errors," I said. "I'm going to take pictures of everything that's broken, everything that's ugly, everything that doesn't fit. I'm going to build a library of the imperfect, my own counter-project." Clara looked at me, a small, tired smile touching her lips. "The anti-architect." "Something like that." We drove into the dawn. The sun rose over a landscape that was messy, decaying, and vibrant. We passed a graveyard of rusted cars, a field of weeds, a billboard that had been torn by the wind. I took a picture of each one. Every click of the shutter felt like a brick being removed from the room's walls. As the miles piled up, the feeling of being watched began to fade. The architect was still there, I knew, lurking in the shadows of every right angle, waiting in the silence of every empty hallway. He was the part of me that wanted to be safe, the part that wanted to know exactly where the walls ended and the world began. But I had learned the secret of the room that appears at night. It wasn't a place you went to. It was a place you built for yourself when you were too afraid to live in the wind. "Where are we going?" Clara asked as we reached a fork in the road. One sign pointed toward the coast, the other toward the mountains. I looked at the map in the glove box. It was a tattered, coffee-stained mess of paper that had been folded and refolded 100 times. The lines were fading, the names of the towns barely legible. It was completely unreliable. "Take the mountain road," I said. "I hear the weather is unpredictable this time of year." She turned the wheel and the station wagon groaned as it began the climb. The road was narrow and full of potholes. The trees pressed in close, their shadows long and irregular. I leaned my head against the window and closed my eyes. I didn't dream of blueprints. I didn't dream of silver pens or obsidian desks. I dreamed of a house with a leaky roof and a door that creaked. I dreamed of a garden full of weeds and a path that led nowhere. I dreamed of a world that was loud, dirty, and ending. And in my dream, I wasn't the architect. I was just a man sitting in a room that didn't matter, watching the sun go down. The room would return, of course. It would appear in the corners of hotel rooms, in the sterile aisles of grocery stores, in the silent corridors of hospitals. It would wait for the lonely, the tired, and the broken-hearted. It would offer them a world where everything made sense. But as long as there was a smudge on the map, as long as there was a crack in the glass, it would never be complete. I woke up when the car hit a particularly deep pothole. Clara laughed, a bright, genuine sound that cut through the gloom of the morning. "You okay?" she asked. I looked at her, really looked at her. The way her hair was a mess, the way her eyes were bloodshot, the way she was absolutely, gloriously imperfect. "I'm fine," I said. "I'm exactly where I need to be." We kept driving, leaving the room behind us, a ghost of a thought in a world that was too busy being alive to ever be finished. The road ahead was winding, steep, and completely unmapped. It was perfect. The mountain air grew thin and cold as the station wagon labored up the incline, the engine whining in a pitch that fluctuated with every dip in the road. I kept the Nikon in my lap, my finger resting on the shutter button, waiting for the world to fail. I caught a glimpse of a fence line where the barbed wire had snapped and curled into a rusted spiral. I snapped a photo. I saw a dead pine tree, its bark peeling away to reveal the chaotic, asymmetrical galleries of wood-boring beetles. I snapped another. Each mechanical asterisk clack of the camera felt like a shutter closing on the architect's face. "Do you think he's still watching?" Clara asked. She hadn't looked at the rearview mirror in miles. She was afraid of what she might see, not a car following us, but a road that smoothed itself out into a perfect, infinite ribbon of gray. "He's always watching," I said, "but he's losing the frequency. He's like a radio station that only plays one note. As long as we keep changing the tune, he can't find us." We reached the crest of the pass just as the clouds began to break. Below us, a valley stretched out, dotted with the haphazard lights of a small town. It wasn't a planned community. It was a cluster of buildings that had grown like lichen over a century, huddled around a river that flooded whenever it felt like it. There were houses with mismatched shingles and barns that leaned dangerously to the west. "There," I pointed. "Let's find a place to stay, not a chain, somewhere with history." "Somewhere with ghosts," Clara teased, though her voice still carried a tremor of genuine trauma. "The good kind," I said, "the kind that leave scuff marks." We found a motor lodge at the edge of the town. It was called the Whispering Pines, though the pines were mostly silent and the neon sign was missing the P. And the I, we checked in with an elderly man whose face was a map of every cigarette he'd ever smoked. He handed us a heavy brass key, not a card, not a code, but a physical object that required a specific jiggling twist to work. Room 12. As I turned the key in the lock, my heart hammered against my ribs. For a second, I was back in the hallway of the architect's house, facing a door that led to nowhere. I expected the door to open onto a void of white light or a room filled with silver pens. Instead, it opened into a space that smelled of lemon polish and old carpet. The wallpaper was a faded floral pattern that didn't quite line up at the corners. The bedspread was a heavy, scratchy wool, and in the corner, a television set from the 90s sat on a dresser that was slightly unlevel. I walked straight to the dresser and pushed it. It wobbled. "It's perfect," I breathed. Clara dropped her bag on the floor and collapsed onto the bed. The springs groaned in a dissonant chord. She started to laugh, a soft, bubbling sound that turned into a sob and then back into a laugh. I sat beside her, and we stayed there for a long time, just listening to the mundane sounds of the world. The hum of a distant refrigerator, the muffled voices of a couple arguing in the next room, the wind rattling a loose pane of glass. I looked at the wall. There was a framed print of a mountain landscape, the kind you find in every cheap motel in America. But someone had hung it crooked. I reached out, my fingers itching to straighten it, to bring it into alignment with the ceiling. My pulse quickened. The architect's logic stirred in the basement of my mind, whispering about the beauty of the 90-degree angle, the sanctity of the horizon. I pulled my hand back. I forced myself to look at the gap between the frame and the ceiling, to appreciate the tension of the slant. "He's still in there, isn't he?" Clara asked, watching me. "He's the part of me that wants to fix things," I said. "The part that thinks the world is a problem to be solved. I don't think that part ever goes away. You just have to learn to live with the broken bits." I stood up and went to the window. I pulled back the heavy velvet curtains. Outside, the parking lot was slick with rain. A stray dog was sniffing around a trash can. The world was messy, unpredictable, and entirely out of my control. I looked down at my arm. The red scar, the one I had made with the silver pen, was beginning to scab over. It was a jagged, ugly thing. It would never be a straight line. It would always be a reminder that I had chosen the ruin over the palace. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of vertigo. The edges of the window frame seemed to sharpen. For a heartbeat, the rain outside stopped falling in a blur and became individual, crystalline droplets, each one reflecting a tiny, perfect version of the motel room. The silence in the room deepened, becoming that heavy, pressurized void I knew so well. "Alistair." The voice wasn't a sound. It was a vibration in my teeth. "The draft is never truly discarded. It is only shelved." I gripped the windowsill until my knuckles turned white. I didn't close my eyes. I didn't turn away. I stared at the stray dog by the trash can. I watched it lift its leg and urinate against a tire. I watched it shake the rain off its fur in a chaotic, spray-filled blur. "You're not here," I whispered. "You're a memory of a mistake." The pressure intensified. The floral wallpaper began to bleed its colors, the petals of the printed roses beginning to arrange themselves into geometric patterns, hexagons, fractals, grids. The room was trying to re-architect itself around me. "Clara," I barked, "talk to me. Tell me something gross. Tell me something that happened to you that was completely unfair." She jumped off the bed, sensing the shift in the air. She grabbed my shoulders, forcing me to look at her. "The time I had food poisoning in Newark," she said, her voice fast and sharp, cutting through the architect's silence. "The bathroom floor was sticky. There was a fly buzzing against the light. I felt like my insides were turning into liquid. It was miserable, Alistair. It was the least dignified moment of my life. There was no math in it, just pain and bad smells." I clung to her words like a life raft. I visualized the sticky floor. I smelled the phantom scent of bleach and vomit. I embraced the indignity of it. The pressure snapped. The wallpaper returned to its faded, mismatched state. The rain outside became a messy blur once again. I slumped against her, my forehead resting on her shoulder. I was shaking. "He's going to keep trying," I said. "Then we'll keep being human," she replied. We spent the night in that room, but we didn't sleep. We talked until the sun came up, sharing stories of failures, embarrassments, and mistakes. We talked about the time I failed a geometry test in high school because I was too busy drawing monsters in the margins. We talked about her first heartbreak, a messy affair that ended with a thrown plate of spaghetti and a flat tire. We built a fortress out of our flaws. When morning came, the light was gray and unremarkable. We packed our small bags and went down to the office to return the key. The old man was still there, drinking coffee that smelled like burnt rubber. "Leaving so soon?" he asked. "We have a lot of places to see," I said. "A lot of things to photograph." As we walked out to the station wagon, I noticed something on the ground. It was a silver pen lying in the gravel. It looked brand new, its surface unmarred by the rain or the dirt. It caught the morning light with a cold, surgical precision. I looked at it for a long time. I could pick it up. I could take it with me. I could use it to draw a world where Clara and I were safe, where the car never broke down, where the rain never chilled us to the bone. I could build us a kingdom. I kicked a pile of wet gravel over it. "Ready?" Clara asked, starting the engine. "Ready," I said. We pulled out of the parking lot, the station wagon rattling as it hit the transition to the asphalt. I looked back in the side mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing in the window of room 12. A tall, thin man in a gray suit, holding a compass and a ruler. He wasn't waving. He was just measuring the distance between us. I reached for the Nikon and took a photo of the Whispering Pines sign with its missing letters. Then I turned forward, looking through the cracked windshield at the road ahead. The highway was full of potholes. The signs were covered in graffiti. The traffic was disorganized and loud. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. As we drove, I realized that the room that appears at night wasn't just a trap. It was a temptation. It was the lure of the finished thought, the static perfection of the end. But the world wasn't an end. It was a process. It was a constant, crumbling, rebuilding mess. I opened the window, letting the cold, damp air fill the car. It ruined my hair and chilled my skin, and for the first time in years, I felt completely, terrifyingly alive. We didn't have a destination, and for the first time in my life, I didn't feel the need to draw one. I was no longer the architect. I was just a traveler, moving through a world that refused to be contained by a blueprint. The room would always be there, waiting in the silence between heartbeats, waiting for the moment I grew tired of the chaos. But as I looked at Clara, who was humming a song that was slightly out of tune, I knew I would never go back. I had found something better than perfection. I had found the truth of the ruin. And as the sun climbed higher, burning away the last of the mountain mist, I realized that the architect's greatest mistake wasn't the room itself. It was the belief that a house is more important than the people who live in it. I leaned back, closed my eyes, and let the wind take me wherever it wanted to go. The engine of the station wagon developed a rhythmic ticking sound somewhere near the third cylinder, a mechanical stutter that would have driven the old Alistair to madness. Now, I simply tapped my fingers against the dashboard in time with the imperfection. We had reached the valley floor, where the town of Oakhaven sprawled out in a defiant lack of symmetry. It was a place where the streets didn't meet at right angles, and the houses seemed to have been built by people who prioritized a good view of the river over the structural integrity of their foundations. "Stop here," I said, pointing to a diner that looked like it had been assembled from 3 different shipping containers and a prayer. The neon sign above the door hummed with a violent, erratic buzz, flickering through shades of pink and orange that didn't belong on any color wheel. Clara pulled the car into a space that was slanted and covered in oil stains. She looked at me, her eyes searching for the ghost of the architect in the set of my jaw. "You sure? It looks loud." "Exactly," I said, grabbing the Nikon. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of burnt onions and cheap floor wax. A jukebox in the corner was skipping on an old country track, creating a frantic, looped percussion that filled the gaps in conversation. I took a seat at a booth where the vinyl had been patched with silver duct tape. The tape was peeling at the edges, revealing the yellow foam beneath like an open wound. I focused the lens and clicked. A waitress with a beehive hairdo that defied gravity approached us. Her name tag said Dottie, but the IE had been scratched off, leaving only Dot. "What can I get you folks?" "The coffee's hot, but the cream's questionable," she said, popping a bubble of pink gum. "2 coffees, black," I said, "and whatever the messiest thing on the menu is." "That be the sloppy Garrett. It's a chili burger served on a donut. Don't ask why. We ran out of buns in '92 and just kept going." I smiled. It was a beautiful, senseless detail. As she walked away, I looked at the table. Someone had carved a set of initials into the wood, JM plus KL4 ever. The lines were shaky, the M lopsided. It was a permanent record of a temporary moment. "I can feel the edges softening," Clara whispered, leaning across the table. She looked better in the harsh, flickering fluorescent light of the diner than she ever had in the sterile glow of the room. There were dark circles under her eyes and a smudge of grease on her cheek from when she checked the oil 2 towns back. She was a masterpiece of exhaustion. "The architect hates this place," I said, looking at the way the light reflected off a glass of water. The glass was chipped. The reflection was distorted, a jagged smear of silver. "There's too much history here, too many layers of dirt and memory. He can't find a clean line to start his erasure." But even as I spoke, I felt a familiar coldness prickling at the back of my neck. It wasn't the room appearing, not yet, but it was the sensation of being measured. I looked toward the back of the diner near the restrooms. A man was sitting alone in a corner booth. He was dressed in a suit that was too clean for Oakhaven, a sharp charcoal gray that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. He wasn't eating. He had a notebook open in front of him, and he was drawing with a silver pen. My heart skipped a beat. I felt the urge to stand up, to run, to flip the table and shatter the piece of the diner. "Alistair, what is it?" Clara followed my gaze, her breath hitched. The man didn't look up. His hand moved with a terrifying fluidity, the pen scratching against the paper with a sound like a scalpel on bone. He was sketching the diner, but as I watched, I realized he wasn't sketching the diner as it was. He was sketching it as it asterisk should asterisk be. On his page, the duct tape on our booth disappeared. The chipped glass became a perfect cylinder. The lopsided M in the wood was straightened into a series of precise mathematical strokes. He was editing the world in real time. "Don't look at the drawing," I warned Clara, my voice a low hiss. "Look at the grease on the walls. Look at Dot's hair. Focus on the errors." The man in the suit finally looked up. His eyes were the color of wet cement, flat, featureless, and infinite. He didn't smile. He simply tapped the silver pen against the table. Tap, tap, tap. The sound began to synchronize with the skipping jukebox. The skipping stopped. The music smoothed out into a low, humming drone. The flickering neon sign above the door stabilized into a steady, sterile white. The room wasn't appearing around us. It was colonizing the diner. "He's not the architect," I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "He's a surveyor. He's the one who marks the ground before the walls go up." The surveyor stood up. He moved with a grace that was entirely inorganic, his limbs moving in perfect arcs. He walked toward our booth, the notebook tucked under his arm. As he approached, the smell of burnt onions vanished, replaced by the scent of ozone and expensive stationery. "Mr. Thorne," the surveyor said. His voice was a perfect mid-range baritone devoid of any regional accent or emotional inflection. "You've made quite a mess of the mountain road. 3 rolls of film, all of them wasted on decay." "It's not waste," I said, clutching the Nikon. "It's evidence." "Evidence of what? Failure? Entropy?" The surveyor stopped at the edge of our table. He looked at the chipped glass of water with an expression of profound pity. "The architect offers you a legacy of permanence. Why do you insist on drowning in the temporary?" "Because the temporary is where the people are," Clara snapped. She reached out and grabbed the chipped glass, taking a deliberate, defiant gulp of the water. "We don't want your legacy. We want our lives." The surveyor turned his gray eyes toward her. For a moment, I saw a flicker of something in them, not anger, but a calculation. He was weighing her, assessing her structural integrity. "You are the primary variable, Miss Vance, the flaw in the calculation. If you were removed, Alistair would return to the draft naturally. He is a creature of order despite his current theatrics." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a second silver pen. He laid it on the table between us. It was beautiful. It was heavy. It promised a world where nothing ever hurt, where no one ever left, and where every line led exactly where it was supposed to go. "One stroke," the surveyor said. Draw a line through her, Alistair, and you can come home. The room is waiting. The obsidian desk is dusted. Your masterpiece is only half finished. I looked at the pen. I looked at the way it reflected the light, a perfect, unbroken sliver of silver. Then I looked at Clara. I looked at the smudge of grease on her cheek. I looked at the way her pulse was jumping in the hollow of her throat. She was terrified, but she didn't move away. She stayed in the line of fire. I already have a masterpiece, I said. I picked up the silver pen. The surveyor's eyes widened slightly, the first sign of surprise I'd ever seen from one of them. He thought he had won. He thought the lure of the straight line was too strong. I didn't draw a line through Clara. I didn't draw a line through the diner. I pressed the tip of the pen against the palm of my own hand and dragged it downward, not in a straight line, but in a jagged, trembling zigzag. The silver ink didn't just sit on the skin, it burned. It felt like liquid glass being poured into my veins. I screamed, the sound tearing through the sterile silence of the surveyor's influence. "What are you doing?" the surveyor demanded, his voice finally losing its composure. "I'm adding a variable you can't account for," I gasped, the pain blinding me. I grabbed the Nikon with my other hand and slammed it down onto the table, right on top of the silver pen. The lens shattered, the casing cracked. The sound of the breaking camera was like a thunderclap. The surveyor recoiled as if I'd thrown acid in his face. The perfect white light of the diner began to fracture. The neon sign started to scream again. Dot's gum popped. The jukebox skipped. The smell of burnt onions rushed back in, glorious and foul. I looked down at my hand. The silver ink was turning black, reacting to the salt of my sweat and the heat of my blood. It was becoming a scar, a permanent, ugly, beautiful blemish. "The draft is ruined," I wheezed, looking up at the surveyor. "You can't build on a foundation this messy." The surveyor looked at the shattered camera, then at my ruined hand. He looked around the diner, which was now louder and dirtier than it had been before he arrived. The geometry of the room was failing. The corners were softening. The shadows were returning to their irregular, shifting shapes. "You are a fool, Alistair Thorne," the surveyor said, but his voice was fading, becoming a thin, reedy ghost of itself. "You have chosen a house that is already falling down." "Then I'll die in the wreckage," I said. "At least I'll be home." The surveyor didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. He simply stopped being relevant. He became a blur, then a smudge, and then he was gone, leaving nothing behind but the charcoal gray notebook on the booth. I reached out and grabbed the notebook. I opened it. The pages were filled with perfect, terrifyingly beautiful drawings of a world without people. I didn't hesitate. I tore the first page out, then the second. I shredded the paper, throwing the white confetti into the air, just as I had with the napkins in the other diner. "Alistair, your hand," Clara whispered, grabbing a handful of napkins and pressing them against my palm. "It's fine," I said, and I meant it. "It's just a scratch, a very, very permanent scratch." Dot came back over, looking confused. "You folks okay? You look like you just saw a ghost or a tax collector." "Both," I said, leaning back against the duct-taped vinyl. "We're fine, Dot. Can I get that sloppy Garrett now? And maybe a fresh camera if you've got one behind the counter." She laughed, a loud, raspy sound. "No cameras, honey, but I got a disposable one in the lost and found. It's probably expired." "Perfect," I said. We stayed in Oakhaven for 3 days. My hand healed into a thick, raised welt that looked like a lightning bolt. It was a mark of the struggle, a physical rejection of the architect's world. I used the expired disposable camera to take pictures of the river. The film was grainy and the colors were shifted toward a strange, sickly green, making the water look like liquid jade. They were the best photos I had ever taken. On the 4th day, we got back into the station wagon. The ticking in the engine had grown louder, a confident, metallic heartbeat. "Where to now?" Clara asked. She was wearing a t-shirt she'd bought at a local thrift store. It had a stain on the collar and a faded picture of a cat playing a piano. She looked radiant. I looked at the map. I had intentionally spilled coffee on it again, creating new continents of brown stains that obscured the major highways. "Let's go toward the coast," I said. "I want to see the ocean. I want to see something that never stays the same shape for more than a second." We drove out of Oakhaven, leaving the shadow of the surveyor behind. I knew the room would try again. It would wait for a moment of profound grief or overwhelming boredom. It would wait for me to look at a horizon and wish it were a little straighter. But I had my library of errors now. I had the scar on my hand and the memory of Dot's laughter. As we hit the open road, the sun began to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the asphalt. The sky was a chaotic mess of purple, gold, and bruised gray, a sunset that no architect could ever have designed because it was too inefficient, too wasteful, and too grand. I reached over and took Clara's hand. Her skin was warm, her grip was firm, and her fingerprints were a unique, unrepeatable pattern of ridges and valleys. "Look," she said, pointing toward a dilapidated barn on the hillside. The roof had partially collapsed, and a single, stubborn sunflower was growing out of the debris, reaching for the last of the light. I didn't reach for a camera. I didn't reach for a pen. I just looked. The room that appears at night is a place of absolute silence and perfect lines. It is a place where you are never alone because the architect is always there, watching, measuring, and correcting. It is a beautiful, terrible prison. But the world, the real world, is a place of noise, of broken things, and of people who love you despite your flaws. It is a place where the walls are always falling down, but the view is spectacular. I closed my eyes and listened to the wind whistling through the cracks in the window. It sounded like music. It sounded like a riot. It sounded like home. "We're going to be okay," I whispered, more to the world than to Clara. "I know," she said. The station wagon disappeared into the gathering dusk, a small, rattling speck of light in a vast, unmapped wilderness. Behind us, the road stretched back toward the mountains, a winding, imperfect line that led away from the shadows and into the beautiful, messy unknown. The room was gone. The world had begun.